Hello, and welcome to Fiddler's Green podcast number 41, The Taste of True History. As always, I like to give a few minutes for people to come in. I guess that's what the intro is for, but I also want people to tell me whether they can actually hear what I'm saying. Since I have to reconfigure the audio on these things quite frequently, since the computer is dual use for other things, I always have this nightmare. But I'm going to get on to this podcast. I'm going to start talking. I'm going to go into my speech. And then someone's going to inform me that I've been speaking to dead air for 2 minutes. This is everyone's nightmare. But I'm gathering from the fact that I don't see any F's in the chat, that everyone here is hearing me fine. And we can get on our way with the subject of tonight, or the subjects of tonight, because I'll try to prepare a talk. And indeed, I do have a theme of the top. I have a theme of the talk tonight. I have a thesis that I'm building towards. But I like this pattern where I take the events of the week that went on Twitter or that went on in the news, and I put them in a giant pot, and then I swirl them around, and eventually I get to my thesis at the end. And more or less the podcast is me finding the connections between these pieces. And more often than not, I tend to emphasize things that are dialectic in nature, conversations I've had, things that are going on Twitter, because it's not really just about the events in the news, it's about how we process them. It's about the conversations that we're having around these events. And I think what most people do when they watch shows like this, when they listen to podcasts, is we have a number of controversies that are swirling around our community, and they want me to kind of pre-digest these and see what lessons that we can take from them. Because most of this stuff is just confusing nonsense when it comes to us at our Twitter feed. It's rage-inducing, it's drama-based, and, I think that's what sort of community is for. It's for taking a bunch of incoherent news events and trying to turn them into something that means a little bit more. But today, I'm going to start with a conversation about, not necessarily, we'll leave the thesis of this talk a little bit obscure for the time being, because I'm going to get to the concept of true history and what the taste of true history actually means. But I want to begin with something, this week, there's been kind of a running joke in my house, and I did a debate like I usually love doing debates. And I debated on Lev's channel called Breaking the Rules, and I debated a YouTuber streamer called Counterpoints. And I lost my cool, rather. It was very obvious. I basically cussed the guy out in more than a few points in the debate, because we'll get into it, but I have a strong amount of antipathy towards this person due to our history. And I don't think he remembers it, but I certainly do. We'll get into that drama. And obviously I have like a very small apartment, and there's not very good sound insulation, as you're probably hearing right now. I'm in a large room. I'm in a loft, which is why you may be hearing an echo right now as I talk to you. And so this isn't great for having a 3-year-old and having a podcast. And this is oftentimes why the hours are so inconvenient for people. But I'm having this very, very heated debate where I'm losing my cool, and suddenly my wife starts hearing me yell expletives into the microphone, and that. And I come down and I've never heard you say those words. Hopefully, thank God, my son was down for his nap, and she just couldn't stop laughing at me. First, she's like, she for the entire rest of the week, we had this thing where she captured the 30-second clip where I call my interlocutor a fucking idiot, and she plays it again and again and again and again, like I'm waking up to hearing me cuss out this guy, because my wife is just fascinated. I think this is true with a lot of women. I think a lot of women, they are fascinated by male anger as long as it's in a controlled environment that couldn't possibly be directed at them. So as long as they understand that male aggression is being directed at other men, and for a good reason, then women are just absolutely fascinated by a male's capacity for anger and violence, and they kind of glom onto it a little bit. So But she asked me this strange question about this debate, and I'm going to get onto the debate properly. She said, "Why, if you get so angry with these debates, why do you keep on doing them?" And that's just a good question, right? And this is what I'm going to get into about this in this talk. And I'll say this up front. One of the big problems with the debate I did with Counterpoints on Lev's podcast is the fact that I really hate debate bros. And I'm going to get a little bit more into debate bro culture as we go on, but I think, in short, the debate bros ruined our understanding of debates. Debates, obviously, at this stage on the internet, especially after internet blood sports, especially after the Twitch streamers and Twitch politics streams, and particularly after Destiny, debates have gotten a really, really bad reputation, both on the left and the right, as being mostly spectacle, not being particularly useful, not actually shedding any light on a topic or giving any insights. To be quite honest, I know what they mean. I know when people say you don't learn anything from a debate. No one's ever convinced by a debate. This is absolutely correct, and they're right to point this out. The classic idea, the Socratic idea, like, oh, you get into a debate, and you ask a bunch of questions, and that they don't have the right amount of evidence, and it doesn't line up. And then because they don't have the right amount of evidence, they lose the point. And because they lose that point, you do the little logical intricacies on the flow chart, like you do in Oxford debate. In Oxford debate, if you ever done high school debate competitively, they teach you how to do these little flow charts where they carry the arguments through in this point, counterpoint, counterpoint. And you can figure out logically based on these charts who won the debate. And then, of course, if you do all of this stuff, then by the end of the debate, you'll know who won. And then the person who lost the debate has to change their position. And you shake hands and ride off into the sunset of Fantasy Island. And everyone knows that's not how debates work. It's something. I did competitive debate for a very long time, and I understood. I mean, okay, there was a few years when I did competitive debate where I actually did think the world worked like that. And last podcast's title was something like "I'm trying to save your time," which was a reference to one of my old debate coaches in college, who was trying to actually talk to me about a point he wanted to convince me of that he thought I was wrong about. And I was just going into debate mode against him, and it was obviously very irritating. But when I got more mature, I understood that debates aren't actually how real human discourse works. They're performative, right? And especially when it's an Oxford debate, they're performative. People argue one point, they argue the exact opposite one, and if you have the right tactics and the right rhetorical skill, you can win. And the idea that you can call people out for their little tricks is kind of ridiculous. And I had a friend who was equally interested in ideas, I should say, in high school. And he quit debate really early on because he did not like this performative aspect on it. And I remember him talking to me. He said the whole point of dialectics is to try to communicate what people actually feel about the world. And when you do debates, you're actually stepping away from that, and you're just having these arguments of will. It's like performative sports. It's like watching. It's stressful. It's performative. It doesn't actually communicate anything interpersonally. And this is my friend, he didn't like sports. I compared it to sports. I'm like, well, it's like a sport. Well, I don't like sports, he says, because, what he says is, is the entropy link not working? I'm sorry, guys. That's interesting. I will try to get the entropy link working after I go on this little rant, because I'm in the middle of something. My friend said, so why do you do it? And I couldn't really answer him, because I definitely cared about ideas, and I definitely cared about convincing people and making sure people had the correct opinions about the world. And it's true, debate's performative. What are you going to do about it? But I felt definitively that something was being communicated in a debate that wasn't necessarily so formal. And okay, there we go. Sorry, I finally got this working. So I'm going to recopy this live stream debate here. I can't. Multitasking when you're doing these things is always very difficult. So that one should actually work this time. What people don't understand about debates is they're not really about the arguments. They're about the people involved in the debate and their frame of mind and how they ask the questions and what questions they're answering and how they emotionally respond to the questions that are being asked. And so I like in a debate, if I didn't say sports, I would say trial by combat in medieval times. And trial by combat was a very rare thing in the Middle Ages. There was a movie that came out a few years ago called The Last Duel, about the last judicial trial by combat that was ever performed in Europe, to my knowledge. Of course, dueling was popular in Europe for personal disputes, but this is the last duel ever to settle a judicial dispute. And this was actually a rare thing, and the only reason why they allowed this trial by combat was they were in they literally were in kind of like a medieval version of a Me Too situation where a woman said she was raped, but there was absolutely no circumstantial evidence. It was just a he said, she said type of deal. And they just had to say, okay, well, let's let God decide in combat or something like that. And, every now, this is obviously, I think the movie makers think this is barbaric, and in some ways this is barbaric because it's not, there's nothing that is theologically correct about the idea that the person who's the best at swinging a sword is going to necessarily be true in his judgment. But the trial by combat, it does have a certain weird way in which it kind of makes sense, even if you are an atheist and don't believe in direct divine providence. And though I do believe in direct divine providence in certain special circumstances, I certainly don't think that a judicial system that relies on divine providence in combat is going to be a very effective judicial system. But even if you don't believe in that, what the trial by combat draws out in the mode of its existence is the fact that the two people engaged in the combat are believers in their side, and their ability to fight well and fight consistently embodies their belief in the justness of their cause. So a fighter that is having second doubts about the truth of his position or the nobility of his cause is going to be at a disadvantage, and that's going to be very, very apparent inside a place where you're swinging swords at each other and shooting. It was nothing whenever shot arrows at each other in a trial by combat. But the idea is more or less the same thing. The idea is more or less that you're going to be able to discern from how hard they fight and the way that they fight exactly the truth that's contained inside of their hearts, the truth of their witness. And in many ways, this mirrors medieval's concept of warfare as well. This is something that I actually believe is very, very apparent in debates. I don't think the debates are very useful when it comes to logically deducing who has the better argument in terms of rationality. But I do believe the debates tell you everything about what people actually believe if you look at how they're behaving and how they're reacting to the subject matter under discussion. It also lets you know how people are thinking about certain topics. If a topic has not been debated for a very long time and it suddenly becomes part of debate, then returning to that and seeing the kind of arguments that are there on offer and how the two sides are thinking about it and the narratives they constructed in their own minds to justify their own beliefs tells you a lot about what these people believe and how suited they are for the time in which we live. So I'll give you an example before I'm going to review 3 debates in this talk before I get on to the more substantive conversations or monologues. Guys, this is a distributist podcast. You knew what you tuned in for. You're going to be here for a while because I always have too much to say, and the only thing that stops me is the stamina of my vocal cords and my lungs. But there we go. A classic example. I always bring this up because I was heavily involved in these debates between 2006 and 2013 were the atheist versus theist debates that were kicked off by the new atheist movement. Now, what did that really tell people per se? What it didn't tell people is the relative strength of the arguments for the existence of God. The arguments for the existence of God were largely determined based on presuppositions, based on axioms. And if you didn't accept the axioms behind the cosmological view of God, you'd get nowhere. Not only that, the atheists, for the most part, weren't coming to these debates looking to debate Thomas Aquinas or Augustine or Thomas Abelard. I always wondered why theologians always seem to have A's in their names. It seems to be a pattern, and I haven't quite figured it out yet. Anyway. The people weren't actually there. Abyssina, right? Let's have another one, right? Pardon me, I lost my train of thought. People weren't there to hear logical arguments over the existence of God. What they were here to do was to see how Christianity justified itself in the modern world. It was very apparent that religion was somehow at war with the modern world. This was brought on by September 11th. September 11th wasn't Christianity declaring war on the world, but it was a conflict between a pre-modern and a post-modern point of view. And a very comfortable debate to have, if you were a secular person back then, is to have a debate with Christians over how suited Christianity was to the modern world. And this is exactly the debate that they had back between 2006 and 2013. And what did we learn from this debate? Well, we didn't really learn anything about the relative arguments for the existence of God. But what we did learn about was the fact that modern Christian apologists had basically swallowed whole all of the moral propositions of modernity. They came to the debate accepting the fact that Christianity was on trial, accepting the fact that secular modernity and liberal values were the arbiter of truth, goodness, and beauty, and that Christianity and Christ had to stand before the standards of liberal secular modernity and prove that they were good. And of course, I think Hitchens is always the quintessential atheist. He embodied the spirit most of all, because it's very easy once you have Christ himself kneeling before you and asking you to judge him. I guess mirroring his experience with Pilate, although I think it's kind of interesting that at no point does Christ, by his words or actions, ever submit to the moral superiority of Pilate or to Caiaphas. But that's exactly what these Christian apologists did, and that's exactly how they lost, despite the fact that a lot of their arguments were better, and despite the fact that they actually debated them in many cases better, in my personal opinion. Presuppositions notwithstanding, right? If you assume materialism, you're never going to believe in God, because the assumption directly denies the existence of the kind of being that God is. But at any rate, that was sufficient to cause a change in people's perspective. They realized in that moment that Christianity was weak, that it had subordinated itself to the secular world, and that whatever else was true about it, it really didn't have the ability to stand on its own 2 feet in the modern world, and that if you were joining Christianity, you were joining the losing side. And that's more or less what you learn in all of these things. I think a very similar debate happened, a few weeks ago. This was in, I'm forgetting this. It was LA. It was put on by the former New York Times. I'm drawing a blank on her name. It was put on by the former New York Times. She was a columnist that got sacked by the New York Times. I think this was put on in LA, and it was a debate over the sexual revolution. And I'll just move my picture here. And it starred Louis Perry, who's, I wouldn't exactly call her a conservative writer, but she's sort of I would put her in the camp of post-leftists if I were forced to come up with a label for her. She's a post-leftist critic of the sexual revolution. You had Anna Kachian, I think that's her name. I think it's Armenian, right? I believe she's a member of the podcast Red Scare, and another sort of post-leftist figure who came on also as a critic of the sexual revolution. And then they were flanked by the opposition side, which was headed by Grimes, which is the weirdest name for a woman, Elon Musk's ex-lover, and I don't know if they were married. Maybe I should say ex-girlfriend. Maybe I should say ex-wife. I'm not so sure. And then the more or less orthodox feminist, Sarah Hyder. Now, what's interesting about this debate, and this is sort of what's, I always wonder how much is it worth it for me to do these things? Because you get the sense, and I get the sense, having done this for 6 years, that a lot of what we're doing these days is we're having the debates that the mainstream is going to be having in 6 or 7 years. So you're hearing all of the same debates that right now in the mainstream media, you're hearing all of the debates and all of the critiques that you were seeing on my channel in 2016, 2017. This is the debate that I had with Christy Winters. This is the debate that I had with ContraPoints. In 2016 and 2017, the sexual revolution was my favorite debate topic. And it seemed to sort of underline my difference with the modern world. And the fact of the matter is, and I did a recent Substack article on this as well. The problem is that all of the cultural war issues that directly stem from the sexual revolution all presuppose that the sexual revolution is the reality. And the issue is that the issue is that once you take a step back and look at what was actually promised by the sexual revolution, and the sexual revolution was, back in the 60s, a set of policies, a set of technologies that were being introduced to society that had manifest promises and manifest objectives. And it's undeniable that if you look at the promises made by these policies, like no-fault divorce and the introduction of birth control, and the destigmatization of extramarital sex, and the further loosening of all sexual norms having to do with marriage, it's very clear that all of the promises of the sexual revolution were failures. And it's been apparent for at least 10 years. And the reason, it's been apparent I think it's been apparent for at least 30 years that the prognostications made by something like Humanae Vitae, which was an early papal document created during the sexual revolution that predicted most of its consequences. And this was reiterated in a document by John Paul II called Theology of the Body, which reiterated and revivified a lot of these critiques. It was very apparent that the critics of the sexual revolution were right about virtually all their predictions. Once birth control became part of the sexual marketplace, it did not just become some kind of neutral way by which married women could control the number of children they had. It became the underlying assumption behind all relationships. Marriage was no longer something that was necessarily going to be linked to marriage because the consequences in terms of pregnancy were not strongly linked to sex. And this is something that I could say the same thing for no-fault divorce, right? The promise of no-fault divorce was, if you have no-fault divorce, only the people who are unhappy in their marriages are going to get divorced, and that's a small percentage because we have the numbers. Well, it turns out that once you made divorce a possibility, people became more unhappy in their marriages. They started getting into marriages with an eye towards getting out of them. The respect generally for the permanence of marriage substantially declined over the same period. Again, all of these things were kind of apparent. And the problem is that there's no real counter arguments against these positions. If you were sitting in 1963 or 1958 and talking about these ideas and talking about these concepts, the debate would be immediately lost for the pro-sexual revolution side. And moreover, although the complaints of the people who were complaining about the previous traditional sexual order were in many ways justified, including the fact, someone said this was put on by Barry Weiss. Thank you so much. It was Barry Weiss's. She's trying to arrange a number of debates and a number of forums where people on the internet can interact with people in the real world. So thank you very much for that correction. This is a Barry Weiss production. But to get back to my original point, the complaints that the people who promote the sexual revolution had and still do have were legitimate. Women oftentimes found themselves inside of abusive relationships that were hard to exit. It was oftentimes hard for the kids too to be in the house with somebody who was violent, and it was oftentimes not as easy to get a divorce, even if. And almost everyone had exceptions for divorce in terms of abuse, abandonment, or adultery. Still, at the same time, the barrier was a problem. And there was obviously the issue of people losing respectability because of affairs, premarital affairs where the woman was taken advantage of. There is the issue with liberty and the issue with the general war between the sexes, which was becoming a problem, and also a problem with general female happiness before the sexual revolution. The difficulty, as every single person has pointed out, and which is obvious from the statistics, is that all of these problems that were the initial complaints of the people promoting the sexual revolution became a lot worse after the sexual revolution than they were before. And so when you have these debates, when you frame the conversation in these ways, I don't really care about the specific arguments the pro-sexual revolution side is going to bring, but I do kind of care about what they're thinking. How are they looking at this problem and thinking about it and justifying it to themselves? What is their internal apologia? Or if you want to put it more pejoratively, what is their internal cope? And it was really interesting because you could see a lot of cope from the side of the pro side in this debate. And you can look at numerous dissections of this debate online if you want to. I highly recommend it. The debate itself was very meandering for the part I watched. I don't want to be misogynistic, but I mean, it's 4 women on stage. I mean, you're not going to exactly have the conversations will wander a little bit. And I guess it is very misogynistic, so I apologize, right? And that's sort of, the genders have their geniuses, right? And brevity and concise focus on a point is oftentimes not one of the fairer gender or the fairer sex, although I'm one to talk because these things usually last 3 hours. But at any rate, it was interesting because Grimes, her main thesis was, okay, the sexual revolution caused all these problems, but guys, don't worry. Technology is going to fix everything. And like AI, how's AI going to fix this? Who knows? It's a new technology, and technology makes things better. So we just dump technology on the problem, and somehow this fixes all of the issues with the sexual marketplace being broken, men and women not getting together either for sex or for marriage, the fact that family dissolution's at an all-time high, the fact that children are being raised improperly is at an all-time high. All this can go away with technology. And then on the Sarah Hyder side, you have kind of a similar, more ideological, less technocratic cope. And that is, well, this was all worth it because of liberty. Liberty. You know, women wanted to have fewer children than they were having in 1955. Some women were forced into marriages that they didn't want to be in. And now they have the option to not be in those marriages, and they have the option to not having those children. But the framing is bonkers because it relies on a certain presupposition of what you have a right to be free to. It's incredibly impossible for a woman who wants to have a husband and a family that will support, I should say a husband that supports her, along with a large family. It's very, very difficult for a woman to get that in the present world. It's very, very difficult for men to find a partner at all, not even necessarily for marriage in the modern world. So why is the freedom to reject the family essential, but the freedom and availability of the freedom to elect to have a family not essential? Why is the freedom to be free of the bonds necessarily worth more than the freedom to embrace the bonds? The only argument is some kind of kooky libertarian argument that I know Sarah Hyder does not embrace in other circumstances that says, well, because this is a negative right and comprised only of free choices, the one that's comprised only of free choices is somehow sacred, and the one that requires us as a society to have a responsibility for each other cannot be considered a right properly, which would, of course, undermine the entire concept behind positive entitlements, which I'm sure Sarah Hyder believes in. but it also sort of it relies on this kind of idea of the atomized individual also. This idea that somehow society does not rely on the family. The society is not constructed out of families, but only relies on a number of people making individual legalistic choices. And if you can express the right in terms of a series of legalistic choices with no added responsibilities from other counterparties, then that right becomes legitimate. And if you have to rely on broader concepts of collectivity and collective responsibility for the future, and a collective responsibility to be part of something that's greater than yourself, then that's moralistic woo-woo. Sarah Hyder is resting her proposition. Grimes is resting her defense of the sexual revolution on the shaky ground of Whig history and the eternal wellspring of goodness that is technology, which I think at this point we should all be questioning. Sarah Hyder is resting her defense and apologia of the sexual revolution on a similar but quite different concept of Whig progressivism. Or I should say Whig liberty, the idea that liberation from all bonds and constraints not continuously chosen is somehow the standard for determining what liberty is in some abstract moral sense. This nobody properly believes in the modern world, and it's employed by the left cynically to try to do an end run around the right wing's libertarian wing. And again, I mean, this is a preview of coming attractions, right? Because if you've been watching my channel for any amount of time, a few years. I haven't really done any sexual revolution debates previously, but the general weakness of the pro-sexual revolution side of this debate has been very, very apparent to you. It's manifest in the numbers. You can look at the studies. It hops right out at you. And but it's interesting to see that now this consciousness is bubbling forward into the future. And we emerge post-debates like this, immediately aware of the fact that Anna Khachiyan and Louise Perry have essentially a very solid critique of our modern environment or our modern attitudes towards sex. And this critique essentially morally endorses, if only implicitly, the more traditional understanding of sex and sexual responsibility, and casts a very unforgiving, judgmental glare upon how we've arranged things in terms of liberty. And the only thing that's opposing them really is fairy stories about infinite progress, either of the libertarian kind or of the technological kind, and then an appeal to blank optimism and the platitudes like we can't go back. This is not going to, no intellectual person, no person who takes these problems seriously is going to look at that side and not realize that there is a huge problem here that has to be rectified. And so learning can be accomplished, not from the arguments, but because of the fact that we ask the question. All right, debate 2. And maybe for a little bit more advanced debate, something that was a little bit more subtle. Or at least I should say a newer one for people who've been in this sphere. So this is a mirror of a debate that I had with Vocal Distance on Benjamin Boyce's channel that I covered, I think, about 2 weeks ago. And this was about the concept of no enemies to the right. This was a catchphrase that was developed by online reactionary luminary and shampoo, Monopoly man, shampoo tycoon, Charles Haywood. This was a concept, no enemies to the right, or netter, that was supposed to be a slogan about how we should govern ourselves in the face of cancellation campaigns. All right. So I had a debate that went on for 2 hours and a half with Vocal Distance on Benjamin Boyce's channel. A lot of people really liked it. I did think that we kind of got to the heart of the issue in that conversation once things were potentially clarified. But, and I think I would recommend, obviously, my own debate with Vocal Distance. And Vocal Distance, kind of ironically, was one of the, not belligerents, was one of the participants in this debate hosted on Christopher Rufo's Twitter or X space. And so it was interesting to hear how Vocal Distance went up against Nate Fisher and Charles Haywood himself. And then there was another person on Vocal side that I don't exactly remember the name of. He was some young evangelical guy who had the typical centrist kind of evangelical positions that were, how should I put it? They were winsome and trying to find a way to reconcile Christianity with modernity and liberal modernity specifically. And you can kind of anticipate how this debate would go. And a lot of people were very unsatisfied with, I think it was a good debate. Everyone watch it. It was great that Christopher Rufo put this on. And I commend him because I think it did move the conversation forward, the fact that this debate occurred. However, as an actual discussion of an issue, it was pretty bad. And this is another critique of debates too, especially Oxford debates. So Oxford debates where you have a resolution and you go back and forth with specific time periods used to discuss the resolution. The problem is that because they're so formalized and they're so focused around winning, the resolution is always, the person who wins the debate is always ruled by how you define the resolution. And so oftentimes, actually more often than not in these debates, what will happen is even with a pre-agreed on resolution, both sides will come to the debate with resolutions that are fundamentally different. They both translate in English to the same phrase, no enemies to the right in this case, but they mean radically different things. And it's very obvious they mean radically different things. And because each side wants to win the debate, no one ever concedes the other person's meaning. They don't, in debate class, we used to call this, they don't concede the other side's topicality. They don't concede the other side's definitions, and as such, both sides of a debate are arguing different propositions. Now, okay, so this is a very interesting example Christopher Rufo's netter. And again, you can see this debate if you go onto Christopher Rufo's X or Twitter account, and you can get the entire 2-hour thing with question and answers. And in that I'm in that replay, is there in that X video, in that X audio, in that Twitter audio, in that Twitter space, Elon Musk has got a naming convention problem for these things, so we're gonna have to work on that. But you can listen to the debate. So given that the fact that this was basically 2 hours of people talking past each other, why do I think that this was a very productive debate? And this gets on to the reason why I think that debates are useful, despite the fact that they don't resolve anything in a formal, logical, dialectic sense. And that is because you got a chance to see the personalities of the two sides on display. And the personalities of the two sides was Charles Haywood. I would say, Charles Haywood is sort of the uber pragmatist. Nate Bitcher was actually, I think he was almost kind of more like the managerial pragmatist. But essentially, the pro side on the no enemies to the right camp were both highly focused on the pragmatic issue of cancellation. The anti side, or the anti-netter side, I should say. Let's just say anti-netter and pro-netter. The anti-netter side, however, was almost entirely focused on the moral side of the argument, on the moral proposition, no enemies to the right. And every time Vogel got on the mic, or I guess it was Neil Shivani was the other guy, whenever either one of them got on to the mic in the Twitter space, immediately they would go back to the actual literal English definition of no enemies to the right, and they would translate this into a way that would be like, oh, well, someone on the right's doing something wrong. Like, someone on the right raped a person, and are you saying that we can't criticize the rapist because he happens to be to the right of me? They phrased it as a trolley problem. I guess I'm kind of making it hyperbolic in that sense, right? I think their actual example was someone like Richard Spencer or Andrew Tate, somebody who has in the past engaged in outright bigotry in public, or who has commended rank sexual immorality like Andrew Tate. Are you saying we can't criticize those people? The problem with all of this, again, is, first of all, they were talking immediately past each other. You could have endorsed both sides, every one of the observations of both sides, and there would not be a logical contradiction between the two of them. You can say that, well, we can morally criticize people, and we still have to be concerned about public pronouncements against the right that might have consequences for the movement. The issue with this is that it came down to sort of two scenarios that each side was promoting. The side that was anti-netter was promoting a scenario where the right wing was just rank filled with bad actors that were becoming the representation of our community. And we needed to purge them from our leadership at all levels, lest we lose our moral witness and become bad Christians, and sort of implode as a movement. I think that was sort of the end point, because we'll morally compromise ourselves because we'll endorse nothing but pure Machiavellian politics if we don't immediately engage in hard purging of people to our right and center moralism in these conversations. The other side was coming about it from a pragmatic point of view, saying moral condemnation, of course, we will always morally condemn outright bigotry, cruelty to other groups, which is what bigotry means, right? Or rank sexual immorality. And the thing is that, but we have to be sensitive to the fact that what's really going on here, and what's more common, is the story of the right being used to enforce the left's own morality. Now, the thing is, what made this debate so useful is that as you talked about it, it was very, very obvious that the pro-netter side was talking about specific things that actually were happening. And the anti-netter side were all talking about hypothetical things that occurred in sort of trolley problem situations. Like, you get on the air with Tucker Carlson, and then for some reason Andrew Tate's right next to you in the same room, and so now in this moment you have to comment on exactly how you feel about running a cam girl farm in Romania, so help you God. And if you say the wrong thing, then you're punching to the right, and if you say the right thing, then you're punching to the right, and if you say the wrong thing, then you are betraying your duty as a Christian to bear witness to the morality of the moral teachings of Christ. This has almost never happened in the real world. We can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. I'm perfectly willing to criticize people's sexual immorality as long as they don't make it my problem in the same way that we've talked about in previous live streams. If they're not literally going into my organizations and promoting this stuff, we can deal with these moral disagreements in a way that does not feed the left directly. And obviously, and it really comes down to, I know this person wasn't discussed, but this all revolves around one given initial impetus, which was the what I call the Accord affair, or we should call it the Tullius affair, where one such classical a teacher in a classical Christian school was fired because he had an online account that he published racial profanity on. And some bigoted opinions, although I'm not exactly so sure about that because there was apparently no victim to this racial profanity. In my opinion, bigotry always has to have a victim. It always has to have someone who's directly been insulted by this, it can't just exist in the abstract. But that's neither here nor there. But at any rate, this person was fired, and then a lot of other people were fired. And thanks to the efforts of people like Rod Dreher and a number of other evangelical people who had other reasons for being anti-Christian nationalist, the entire school went into a frenzy trying to root out all of the kinists. Kinism is this weird kind of pseudo-evangelical Christian version of racism, where you're accused of somehow favoring your kin, which of course everyone does. And it's really bizarre because it's like, it's somehow the red state Christian world invented its own magical word that exactly in all ways mirrors the establishment's idea of what racism is. But it can be used, and it seems like maybe you're enforcing some principle that just isn't your enemy's principle. But at the end of this, they had not only fired Accord, which they justifiably could have done for lying and for the profanity, although I think that's a little excessive, and they had grounds for doing that in a sense. They also had fired a number of other people for purely ideological reasons and for purely reasons of association. And in the meantime, Rod Dreher and the rest of this moralizing anti-netter crowd is going around on social media, patting themselves on the back as they essentially crater an entire faculty and an entire school. The kids that are going to be graduating from this school have been handed a manifest case study in how Christian morality interfaces with the broader progressive morality that rules the colleges that they may in fact be going to. And what they've been taught is that the progressive morality always wins and the classic ideas always get plowed under. And in the meantime, every one of these guys is smirking to themselves and patting themselves on the back about how well they enforce their own principles as they just destroyed allies for the entertainment purposes of their enemies. This was a joke for the progressive side of Twitter and for the progressive mainstream internet as a whole. And we'll get on to Rod Dreher as an entertainment product later when I talk about some other things in this podcast. It served no other purpose than to destroy things, and it's unclear what the moral witness even was. If this was strictly about enforcing some kind of moral Christian standard, it would have ended with Accord. But it didn't end with Accord. It was a cancellation campaign, and it was a cancellation campaign broadly using the standards of the left and for the entertainment of the left. And almost all of the realistic examples that were listed in this conversation demonstrated again and again and again that the netter people were talking about a real practical concern, and the anti-netter people were in almost all circumstances talking about situations that were some kind of optical trolley problem. They had to be contrived in a real way for there not to be an obvious prudential answer that would allow you to maintain the principles of netter as it was stated by Charles Haywood, while at the same time pursuing proper Christian principle. And so, there's an interesting thing. I mean, people are like, well, what synthesis came from this? That was the synthesis. The synthesis was netter is a practical concern, anti-netter is an abstract concern. Before I take anti-netter seriously, we're going to have a circumstance where netter principles actually caused a problem. I'm sure there's going to be somebody who's going to have a scandal that actually hurts somebody. I mean, you could argue that there may be one in the future, but for my own purposes, it's very, very easy to see how you'd enforce Christian principles while being aware of the standards that the pro-netter side proposed. Being aware that by participating in your enemy's own cancellation campaigns, you are feeding the left-wing machine. But now finally we get to the least productive debate of the evening. Maybe I should kill this here. The one that I actually participated in, right? The break the rules counterpoints debate on immigration. Wow, okay. Well, I'm seeing my stream's a little bit unstable here, but I'm just going to keep on going under the assumption that you guys are going to you're going to actually tune in here. I can see I have a bunch of Nick Fuentes guys in my chat because they're doing their usual thing here. Anyway, break the rules with counterpoints. Good Lord. My wife asked me, why did I do this? I did this because for about 6 months, I'd been promising Lev that I'd make an appearance on his show. He had this time slot set up. It was one that I could make, and Counterpoints was the person who I was going to debate against. Now, should I actually talk about Counterpoints? I guess I have to. I really don't like this individual for a variety of reasons. First of all, and maybe the most pertinent one, is that he's a debate bro. He's a debate bro that came on the scene in late 2000. I think it was actually early 2020, along with the COVID stuff. This person is ex-military, ex-federal law enforcement, and I immediately interacted with him. I was getting very, very strange vibes from him. He was interrogating people's connections, a lot of it to people like Nick Fuentes, who was very interested in that. And I thought he was just kind of a creep. Then about 3 months later, he starts appearing on mainly BreadTube streamer channels, debate bro channels from the left. This was the era of Vosh's ascendancy. And Vosh had completely pissed off or alienated everybody who was a regular debate partner. And so to keep the drama mill churning, the leftists on Twitch were trying to find some or any conservatives that could come on and do the debates. And Counterpoints was their guy. I'm going to obviously just ignore the possibility that he has nefarious motives. I think that's a little bit below the belt. You can make your own decisions. He was certainly behaving very creepily in early 2020 and also again in early 2021. And I can't divorce my knowledge of that with him. My real irritation from Counterpoints is he's the representation of everything that I dislike about what has happened to online debates. We listed 2 debates, actually we listed 3 debates previously, the God debate, the Sexual Revolution debate, and Netter debate. The common component of all 3 of these debates and what you learn from looking at all 3 of these debates is the fact that you learn from the psychology and the attitudes of the people something new about the subject under discussion. The problem is that this framework is broken by the debate bro, because the debate bro does not believe what he's talking about. The debate bro only wants to win the debate. He only wants to look cool. He only wants to get sound bites. He only wants to rhetorically spin the dial and then look like he's somebody who's owned you on screen. He wants to get the clip and he wants to post it up there and get a bunch of interaction from that clip. It's a completely clout and rhetoric-focused entertainment genre, and I find it completely disgusting because, I mean, obviously the original debate bro was Destiny. Destiny, at least you could plausibly say that he might believe something. The guy's doubled back on himself so many different times that it's hard to really... I mean, this is another quality of debate bros you obviously appreciate if you've been watching these guys for a while. No matter how long you watch a debate bro, an understanding of what their worldview actually entails is never forthcoming. for people who've been watching me for a long time, I hope that there's a variety of platitudes that I constantly urge on this channel. I went through one of them, right? The opposition to the sexual revolution and our need to separate ourselves from that was one of them. I'm not going to tell you how to run your life, but this is a failed sociological project that we need to be aware of. Another one would be the dangers of the view from nowhere, or the focus on belief, or the realization that most political theory is wrong and really needs to be examined by contrast in a mode of Machiavellian politics. All of these things is, you could bring in stuff like the Italian elitists there too. All of these things are constant themes, constant ideas that I commend on this stream. And if you were asked, what does Dave believe? Communitarianism, family-focused sexual ethics, a view that focuses belief as the primary organizing principle of us, both at an individual and collective scale. All of these things are qualities of my public political persona, and I hope people who watch me understand that they understand that I believe these things, right? There's no such thing with Destiny. With Destiny, all you have is a variety of debunkings he's done. He's shown up a number of other arguments, and then by subtraction, you assume that he's some kind of moderate liberal. Not really so much because he's announced his principles positively, but really because that is the position he most likely argues from. Are we down on the stream here? Okay. Okay. I think we're back here. So maybe I should refresh. Anyway, you have this, and with things like, I obviously this is true with the whole Vosh phenomenon too. What does Vosh believe? Libertarian socialism? What does Vosh believe in? Does he believe in co-ops? He was all about co-ops 2 years ago. You never hear about that. Does he believe in Joe Biden? He believes in voting for the Democratic Party. He was all about that in 2020. Whatever the flavor of the month is that has a vaguely leftist thing to it, it's I'm going to refresh the stream for a minute here, and I will come right back. This is frustrating though. I need to get my internet fixed here. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to come back and assume that this internet audio is fixed, even though it's still showing a little bit of problems. Okay. ContraPoints is kind of this trend of the debate bro returning in farce. And, what to say about this guy? Actually, I probably should go back to the previous screen, but whatever. Again, he comes on the scene being a conservative, but his positions always seem to change. At first, early in 2020, he's all about ratting out people like Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes, only to appear in 2021 as a co-host to Lauren Southern in a debate. 1 minute he's a normie neocon, the next minute he's more of a paleocon. The only thing that's really certain is that he wants to push people away from radicalism. That's the consistent mode he has in the debate. But after years and years and years and years of doing debates, he hasn't internalized anybody's argument. Or maybe he has, but he hasn't internalized them in any way that would cause you to learn something from these arguments. He's only internalized them as a mode of entertainment product. So, inside the debate and I remember going into the debate, talking to my wife, saying, I know this guy is kind of sketch, and I don't hold it against him. But if this guy pulls debate bro tactics on me, I'm not in the mood to deal with this. I'm just going to give him a piece of my mind. And indeed, we're 5 minutes into it, and the debate bro tactics come out. I mean, stop me if you haven't heard this one before. This is a popular one. Asking questions. First of all, not having a very apparent position. ContraPoints throughout the entire debate says that he's always against immigration. But then he commends what essentially is the Reagan amnesty California Republican, we'll just assimilate them into conservative Catholicism perspective on immigration. Which is, it is easy. This position has easy answers to it. There's a reason why very few people hold this position, because it's so easy to poke holes in. But then, of course, by the time when you're pushing back on him, here come the debate bro tactics. First of all, asking questions that you know the answer to. The hatchling mode. Oh, so we're going to lose our culture if we change our population? What even is it? Can you tell me? Can you tell me right now what American culture is definitively? Oh, okay. Oh, you can't? Oh, man. Well, that means it must not exist, right? I mean, and all the while, there's an awareness on counterpoints' side that this is sort of like a skeezy debate tactic. Is, oh, well, this isn't Destiny. Then he goes on and makes a Destiny argument, or you have a crime. I can move the goalpost. So no matter if crime's doubled in Sweden and almost all of the perpetrators of murder are of non-Swedish origin, this is not significant because the crime rate is still below that of Chicago. And you get to this again and again and again. You know, what's going on? Are you sure? What does it even mean to assimilate? What does it mean to have culture? Are you sure that racial conflicts could lead to broader conflicts? Has that ever happened in history? The problem with this is like Counterpoints has a horrible temper problem, and he's really, really bad. I mean, the whole point of a debate bro is to control the temper, and Counterpoints doesn't know how to do this. You're only supposed to deploy anger when you really know that you've got your opponent on the back foot, so they'll back down. But the issue is that it's almost like, you know, Counterpoints has rehearsed this sketch like he's watched somebody do the magic trick. Like he's watched David Copperfield, like Vosh in Destiny, do this magic trick online. And I was like, oh, that doesn't look too hard. I'll do it. And then when he does it, he totally botches it and he ruins one of the props. And you can literally see the saw going around the woman as she's cutting through her. And you can literally see the wire attached to the hat and all that stuff. He totally botches this because he can't even get the debate bro shtick right. At several points, he contests on fact, and it's obviously I know the answer. And instead of, and this is something you do in debate, like if you test, you say a fact, and then if your opponent kind of scoffs or looks like he knows, like you do a cold reading, right? You do a reading of the room. I'm going to refresh again. Well, maybe I shouldn't. You do a reading of the room, or specifically a reading of your opponent. You're like, okay, how confident? Like, okay, I don't exactly know what the population of Hungary is. So I'm going to say, I don't know, 300 million or whatever. Who knows? Not 300, that's the population of America. Are we, okay, we're back. Okay. So when you're confronted with facts in a debate, you have to do kind of a reading of your opponent. You are going to contest this, or are you not going to contest? Are you going to back down, right? And so most good debaters, what they do is they try to kind of gauge your opponent. Because you're doing this in a debate, and the debate requires you to be fast. This requires you either to know a lot about the subject in question. Yeah, I said I think I might have lapsed into Counterpoints a few times. It's Counterpoints. Worst name, and I'm in the distributors, so I should know. But in your debate, you need to do facts fast. And this is something that's just a part of it. And so as such, in a live stream debate, you have to list off a lot of facts. Guys, can you tell me, please, if the internet, if people are saying it's over FFF. I can't quite tell if this is working or not, or if the internet's crapping out on me. I had to cut the stream. Okay, look, I'm just gonna keep on going because I've tried to refresh this 3 times and it's not getting any better. So I just have to go through this. I appreciate it if people make it clear in the chat whether the thing's actually dead or if it's just a little bit choppy. I just want to keep on going. So, if you're a good debater in these things, what you do is you list a few facts out, and then you see how your opponent reacts to them. And if your opponent reacts to them in a way that is where they're kind of backing down, or where they're putting a caveat in, then you know that, okay, this is probably a fact that if it's not correct, it's more or less correct. Then you get to facts that are absurd, and your opponent will start laughing at them. And then when that happens, you withdraw and say, oh, that's my bad. You know, I made a mistake. I read my notes wrong. I'm thinking of something else. Let's just back up. I'll give you that point. We'll move on, right? You de-emphasize it. counterpoints numerous times in my debate with him. He doesn't even have the shtick right. What he does is he lists a fact off. The fact's obviously wrong, and I broadcast by laughing at it that it's obviously wrong. But because the guy is such a spurg, he just gets furious at it, and instead of just glossing over it, in which case it would just be a minor mistake, a flub of the tongue. I make them all the time. I mispronounce counterpoints, contrapoints in this conversation, So it goes from being a minor mistake that was said offhand to being something that he dwells on, and then I get to, for a large point of the debate, we get to go over why he is so wrong. For instance, in this debate, he assured me that Rome had spread republicanism to all of Europe, and that all of European history post-Rome was an attempt to restore republicanism, starting with Charlemagne, who was trying to actually copy the Roman Republic. He assures me. He assures me numerous times that. A few times it was St. Thomas Aquinas witnessed the fall of the Roman Empire. I mean, it's just like mistakes in fact all over the place that are dwelt on. And then this sort of misunderstandings of the opponent's arguments. Was he not aware that these pushbacks would come, like asserting that Hispanic immigration would be able to be assimilable and then they'll just all become Republicans? Was he not aware that we would bring up instances where this has not happened? And someone's saying, look, it's not as facts that I'm getting to a position. And ultimately that is right, but I just want to pause here and kind of appreciate the fact that it was kind of an absurd debate, right? It was kind of an absurd debate because I was angry at counterpoints because I had no patience for this stuff anymore. And there was this sort of a fakeness to this all, because after he concedes all the and by the end of the debate he concedes virtually all the points that I'm making, I know for a fact he isn't going to change his position at all. Counterpoints is not going to become a neo-reactionary. This is another one he said. He says, you're alarmist because you believe that the crime rate is going to precipitously increase as Europe imports an enormous hundreds of millions of Africans. You're an alarmist. You're a vague alarmist because you believe if Europe imports 100 million Africans, its crime is going to go up. 20 minutes later, he's telling me that the United States is done for and everything in the West is going to collapse into anarchy, and it's all pointless to actually do anything about this anyway, because he doesn't want to debate what it would take to actually try to roll the ball back up the hill and fix things, and he wants an out in the debate. He doesn't believe any of this. These are just all get-outs. He doesn't. At one moment, he can accuse you of being a vague alarmist. At the next moment, he can claim that he's the most authentic doomsday prepper you've ever seen. How could a doomsday prepper call somebody who is more or less moderate on the question of collapse a vague alarmist? Well, it doesn't matter because he doesn't believe it. And at the end of the conversation, at the end of the debate, nothing is actually learned, except for a re-underlying of the fact about why I hate debate bros so much. This is something that, and I'm going to kind of change gears here a little bit. This is something that I've been dealing with a lot, is just the internet's general effect on people and the ecosystem of content creators. What made the post-Gamergate environment so special was that there were a number of people who were genuinely trying to figure things out. They were genuinely trying to come to truth and figure out what were the correct beliefs. Right now, we just have a number of people who are, I mean, they're entirely fictitious creations of the online space. They exist as pieces. They exist as an entertainment product. There's not a question over what you actually value in this world. And I understand this about counterpoints. Like, I've been dumping on the guy for, about 20 minutes now. And I should say this, I understand in this conversation that when I see Counterpoints, the YouTube channel, I am almost certainly getting what is the worst version of this man. This guy was ex-military. He obviously knew what was meant to put his life on the line for other people. He was law enforcement. He understands the seriousness of using force. He understands the seriousness of politics. Yet, this guy who must, and he has a family, he's married, he has a kid, he's invested in this world. I know that this guy, probably if I met him in real life or at a sports game, I'd probably get along with him pretty well. But when he comes, and he runs a Warhammer channel on the side, which has a lot of IP theft on it, which I kind of appreciate, but I can't help but thinking that Counterpoint is approaching politics and philosophy and religion and the future of this world with the same seriousness he takes to painting and playing a game of Warhammer 40,000. He treats all these things like they're toys, and he treats his persona online like it's a toy. Like nothing serious here is being discussed. And so ContraPoints, the online phenomenon, is the shell of a person that's inhabited by positions that make absolutely no sense, that's immediately pushed over if you ask the right questions, and that has absolutely no curiosity because as this complete construct, the only purpose that Counterpoints, the YouTube channel, has is to look smart in the moment and to be an entertainment product for other people. But politics is not an entertainment product. Politics is war. Politics is the future for my children, for Counterpoint's children. Politics is the future of our species, and how we manage it is serious. And I do think that if we wield these spaces as an entertainment product, I can't live with myself under those conditions. If I'm not actually telling people what I think about a situation and putting forward my understanding of the universe as well as I can. If I just become an entertainment product, that's disgusting. And more, what you see is what I call fake people. Counterpoints, I know, is not, Counterpoints might be a Fed, but he's not a sociopath because of his chosen career professions. Very few people who are sociopaths tend to go that route in life, where you get married, where you seek out a family and you seek out these strong bonds and you seek out loyalistic organizations that demand you are dedicated to other people and put your life on the line for them. It's not a very sociopath attracting profession. There could be an exception, but that's there's a reason why historically people admire soldiers more than they admire academics like myself. And that's because on average, this kind of fakeness is not very conducive to being a soldier, because your authentic ability to sacrifice yourself is a core element of being a soldier. But what's happening increasingly online is the online space is being conquered by sociopaths, or by people like Counterpoints who aren't sociopaths, but are functionally acting like sociopaths so that they can beat the algorithm. And, you encounter these people, and this is another example of somebody who kind of took a look at this. I knew I'd forget the name of this person or the two names of this person. This is a personality that appeared on most people's timelines this week on Twitter. The given name is Sarah John Carrillo. I think Carrillo, it's not Cirillo, it's Carrillo. Formerly Michael John Carrillo. So this person appears as the civilian spokesperson for the Ukrainian army. And they're sitting there with the Ukrainian flag in the background. This is sort of like a presentation from a military. This person's obviously a trans person, a recent trans person, late onset, potentially AGP type trans person. You're staring into it, you know exactly what you're looking at, and they're telling you about this is the heroic crusade against the Russians. God has put us here to crush the enemy in the name of Mother Ukraine. Glory to the soldiers who give their lives. We won't give an inch, but it take the last drop of our blood. We will push them back. As God is our witness, this is our true nationalism, which all people will value above all others, showing definitively that Ukraine and America are the greatest countries that have ever existed. We all must stand proud with our hand on our heart. And of course we must crush we must crush the Russian propagandists, one of them, which is Coach Red Pill, who's currently on trial, who I'm told this person testified against. Okay, man, so I'm supposed to believe that your main values, this person who's telling me this through the TV and propaganda, your main values are blood, soil, nationalism, the ethnic identity of Ukrainians as distinct from Russians. These are two immutable peoples that have no overlap, and you can't mix them up. You can't be half or half. It's either you're pure Ukrainian or you're pure Russian. No Ukrainian-Russian binary allowed, or no Ukrainian-Russian gender bending allowed, or binary bending allowed, right? You have to be one or the other. Okay. You also believe in deep sacrifice of laying your life on the line for the greater good of the nation. There's no way this person believes in any of this stuff. This is a completely fake performance by a sociopath. And indeed, you go back 2 years, this person is named Michael. This person comes out of what looks like the New Atheist Movement in 2013. He writes a book denouncing God belief and belief in anything that holds you back from your individual expression. And then after he writes this series of articles in this book about how Christians are idiots and morons and all traditionalist morality is terrible, and you need to pursue your own feeling, your own belief in yourself, his career has a common trajectory. He goes into a right-wing space. He pretends to be a right-winger, and then he sells their secrets to their enemies. He does that first with the Proud Boys. Then he poses as a Republican candidate as a joke. Then he primaries another Republican candidate as a LARP to drag off votes from the person that would presumptively have won, to sabotage that election. Then disappears, reappears as a woman, and is the spokesperson for the Ukrainian army. A performance from one side to the other. And at no point in any of these pronouncements is anything believed. Everything is fake. What we have now is a series of completely fake people that are governing our political discourse from start to end. I said before that this is one of the talks I gave at the Sildings conference, not this year but last year, was that the fight against the left is really less a fight against an ideology and more a fight against artificiality. How can we actually find the true believers and communicate with them? And I think it begins there, right? What are the conversations we should be having? No amount of conversations with counterpoints is ever going to generate anything, because the guy is always going to want to be the palatable conservative that the bread tubers can have on as a punching bag. He's always going to want to repeat the comfortably moderate conservative positions that the State Department and the Defense Department like. Not that I'm implying any continuing affiliation with those bodies, but it's very obvious from his career that he has the same politics as these organizations. At least he has the rightmost politics of these organizations. I am sure he is a great person in real life, but in online, he's fake. There is dialogue to be had, and there's dialogue with the left to be had. And this brings me around. Sorry to spring this on you guys, but we had to get here eventually. This brings me around to another event that happened this week. So for people here who aren't aware of this one, this is a guy called Matt Christman, and he was in the news this week on Twitter. There was an event that happened, and there was also a reaction that was interesting discourse. So I'm going to start here with who he is. So Matt Christman was essentially one part of a 3-person podcast called El Chapo Trap House. El Chapo Trap House came about, I believe, roughly the same year that I started my channel, except it was wildly more popular, and it was comprised mainly of ex-Bernie bros. These were mostly white guys who had voted for Bernie, but weren't really, they were essentially progressive on the social issues. But at the same time, they didn't like wokeness because they're obviously the people that were going to suffer consequences under wokeness, being mostly straight white men. And I did comment at one point, and this is, Matt Christman was the living embodiment of sort of the urban bugman, but also the smartest one of the three. I actually should put the other pot. This is the trio here. What I always felt so strange about him is he's like a Sam Hyde parody, but he's more like a Sam Hyde parody of a progressive than the actual Sam Hyde parody of the progressive is. He literally is that urban beardo who's whining about just Vosh and Matt Christman. It always seemed like the left had this new sort of guru guy who came on the scene and convinced straight white men that there is a reason for still being part of the left. Now, come to the left because you can have pornography and pot, and you can be the good guy. Oh my God, really? We're F. Okay, sorry guys. I'm not so sure about this. Is this better? All right, I'm going to try to restore this. Okay, are we back? Okay. And Matt Christman. And I did realize that it was a little bit unfair to Matt, because as I kind of look back on his career, I did realize that he was somebody I did kind of have something that I did feel there was something that was very admirable about him. All of this stream failing thing really makes it hard to get a flow going, which is so incredibly frustrating about this thing. If I constantly have to pause and refresh, I can't ever get a monologue going for more than 5 minutes. So I apologize about tonight, guys, but we'll have to deal with it. So, perhaps I should go on a little bit about El Chapo Trap House first, because I think it's interesting. Oh my God, did we really lose this again? I don't know how to. This is an incredibly hard thing to manage, guys. If I still do the talking or something, it's gonna be dead ear either way. Either you're hearing me explain how I can't talk because the stream is down, or I'm talking when the stream is actually down. I'm going to go over a little bit of El Chapo Trap House because I think it's interesting. I've always been fascinated by this phenomenon because they seem to be a little bit too aware of themselves. El Chapo Trap House, whether it was Matt co-hosts, seemed to very much know that the progressive shtick they were doing, the progressive shock jock shtick they were doing, was well past its expiration date. The idea that they were renegades from the system, the idea that they were renegades against an overarching corporate dominated reality, and that they were just funky mavericks going on mocking the man and all this stuff. This was not going to fly in any way, shape, or form. First of all, they were all white, and they would constantly be called out for their white privilege by the people who were more orthodox leftists. Secondly, it was very, very obvious that all of the left-wing cultural tropes were 100% adopted by the corporate media itself. As such, the Chapo guys had to do two things. First of all, they had to go deep. They had to go deep into the class-based theory of previous versions of leftism. And this is obviously where Matt Christman came in, because he was somebody who obviously studied Marx in a lot of detail, and he was somebody who was well read on history, and I'll get into this in a little bit. But one of the funniest things is I did periodic. I mean, first of all, again, like I said, they were a little bit too aware of themselves. And here's me being a little bit too aware of myself, of the stream constantly cutting out. And I'm hesitant to keep on going forward. But they were aware of the fact that there existed a right wing that was more energetic and that was in many ways more honest than what they were doing. And that was reacting to a physical reality on the ground that they couldn't comment on by virtue of being leftists. They were very aware of this. They were aware of the fact that all of the old left ideas that they wanted to promote, having to do with atheism and social justice and the gay stuff, was tired and adopted by corporate America and promoted by the Disney Channel. And their niche was somehow coming up with a way to still seem indie. And it's surprising how much these Chapo guys read into right-wing meme culture and read into right-wing mythology. Rod Dreher article, they read. Every single Ross Douthat column, they read. You could tune on in any given period and they'd be complaining about people who were fringe figures from our group as long as they had done something cringe or stupid. They didn't like touching sort of the broader theory of it, and they would almost never have somebody on to have a debate or a conversation in good faith. But they love their right-wing lolcows. And so much of their bread and butter was based on this. And I bring this up again and again. People were aware of this. For a long time, I was really fascinated by this podcast because two people continuously appeared on their channel. They would do long-running retrospectives on these people. They would follow these characters like 4chan followed Christman or Darkside Phil. These were their lolcows that came back to again and again. And the El Chapo guys were deeply invested in this concept that the right wing was a bunch of people who were coping hard and that had no substance in their lives outside of weakness and cope and futility. And the only way to kind of deal with the world and deal with the wokeness is to embrace full-class Marxism. And I always find this is funny because Rod Dreher is a consistent one of their punching bags. And I never understood why Rod didn't see this himself. I'll go to the first one. The first one that was I'll change it. The first one that was The first one that was a very common El Chapo punching bag was a guy called Dan McLaughlin. He was some kind of old neocon. He has an Irish name, but I almost feel like he probably was half Jewish or something because every one of his opinions was the classic sort of NYU neocon opinion that you'd hear from one of the Crystals or from a Wolfowitz or something like that, right? Everywhere needs to be invaded by America. We need to maintain our standard of living. We're the greatest country in the world. And also, hey, here's this latest outrage in baseball that I'm upset about. And this, of course, the El Chapo guys are from Brooklyn. So, I mean, I don't even know what this guy looks like, but the whole neocon, grumpy old man personality paired with his obsession about things going wrong with baseball this given week, it just told you the perfect story. Like, this is some kind of old, crotchety boomer sitting with season tickets in the back of the Yankees bullpen, shouting at the umpire he's not doing his job properly, while he crams Cracker Jack in his mouth and complains that the Cracker Jack confections aren't made like they used to. All the while he goes back to his 3 homes in New York and his vacation home in Mexico and complains that those young people, they just don't know how to actually earn money and they can't afford a house because they're all spending it on avocado toast. Like the picture tells the story. The picture tells the story so much that 90% of the time when you see icons from El Chapo's podcast, you'll see icons of the baseball crank. They're literally arguing against it. He's the literal quintessential boomer icon. And of course, this is very popular with the El Chapo fans because it will remind them, for the most part, that when we talk about boomer opinions, the classic boomer opinions are not neocons. The classic boomer opinions are center-left, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden opinions, which the El Chapo guys have spent the last 2 years convincing all of their podcast listeners that despite their Marxist persuasions and their dialectic materialism, that the best thing they can do for the cause is to belly up to the bar and vote for Joe Biden one more time. And, inflation isn't that bad. Come on. We're all materialists here. We focus on the economy. But, inflation, modern monetary theory, complaints about that are unfounded. Do they really have all of the sources? Have they really shown their credentials? Are we really sure about this? The this is always a lot of fun to see them bash on baseball crank continuously, because he's just the perfect punching bag, and all his tweets are the perfect punching bag. They allow you to kind of go back to that nice little. I was a progressive back in 2006, and there was nothing more comfortable than being a progressive in 2006, because you had everything figured out. Everything as an atheist progressive in 2006 was figured out for you. It just was a matter of convincing everybody else. And this dinosaur, Dan McLaughlin, allows these El Chapo guys to go back in their little hug box and pretend like it's 2006 again. And hey, maybe we'll throw in a debunking of Jesus Christ. I mean, did he really exist? Look at all those Christians thinking that how silly he is. A little bit more interesting and more to the point was El Chapo's obsession with Rod Dreher. Now, Rod Dreher actually, and I don't know why I'm taking my picture out of the frame here. I'm not covering up Rod's face. Rod Dreher, by contrast, is not a neocon, and most of his ideology was developed in contrast to neocon ideology. And I will say, of all the people who I've read, Rod Dreher and Ross Douthat are two of the people who had the most influence on me. They're the people who I remember walking me back from atheism. And the symbol of the crunchy con, like the person who's culturally progressive but still is dedicated to orthodox principles, that presented to me a vision that was not very apparent, that was not visible in 2008 when I sort of began this journey again. And Rod played a role. Okay, so why is he appearing here? Well, because Rod Dreher really is the perfect stand-in for people like myself. The El Chapo guys have a very difficult time dealing with the dissident right. They have a very difficult time dealing with people who are sincere religious believers, because they understand that the sincere religious believers saw a lot of the problems with modernity before they did. And they understand that the sincere religious believers like Rod Dreher stand in judgment of their lifestyles in a purely justified way. But boy, has Rod been a gift for the El Chapo guys, because Rod tells a very different story about himself than the Dan McLaughlins of the world. Instead of the self-satisfied rich boomer who's shitting on you for buying avocado toast while he buys season tickets to the New York Yankees and takes his vacations in his house in Mexico, Rod tells a different story of the insecure, weak man who turns to Christianity because he just can't belly up to the bar and become a communist. I am pretty sure that Rod Dreher is not himself gay or homosexual or whatever, but this is always the joke on the left. And it's not hard to see why, given how Rod Dreher dresses and given how he speaks and given how he holds himself. He comes off as a very, very weak person and somebody who is definitively coping over something. And certainly not someone who's going to take any leadership to get anything changed. For the longest time, El Chapo's guys were just hauling up the latest drama that had to do with Rod Dreher. I mean, and his writing style suggests this. All his books are overwrought. They mix in his own autobiography with arguments, and they don't make a clear distinction between the two of them. He's incredibly self-involved. Somehow all his books revolve around his personal experiences and in a very, very strange way. And he's incredibly emotionally incontinent. And so the El Chapo guys, I mean, I'll give this to them. They're aware enough to know when they found a winning lottery ticket, because everyone was taking bets on when Rod Dreher would implode. And sure enough, starting in 2022, but going on into 2023, Rod Dreher completely imploded in the most embarrassing ways possible. I'm not going to go through his personal stuff. You can look it up. It's embarrassing. Something must be going on there. And that's complemented with a series of horrible, horrible own goals, including the whole Thomas Accord affair, in which Rod Dreher essentially validates the entire progressive worldview, not only about the idea that the right wing is comprised of people who are idiotic country bumpkins and then vindictive, hateful right-wing neo-Nazis, but also that the country bumpkins are going to immediately cave under the slightest amount of pressure and sell out their own side. Nobody can see this and not understand what's going on in this photo. But we should go back to Matt Christman here, because I always, this is another thing too, guys. So people are going to see this and people are going to assume that I went through the internet and I found like the absolute worst picture of Matt Christman I could possibly find and put it on the screen for you guys to laugh at. This is one of their pictures. I got this picture by Googling Matt Christman and taking one that was the highest resolution. And this is the same thing with like Matt McManus and Ben Burgess. Matt McManus, every one of his pictures has his glasses over his eyes, so he looks like that Muppet that doesn't have any eyes. That's like the nerd Muppet with no eyes. Every one of the pictures he takes is the same thing. And this is the same thing. Every picture of Matt Christman makes him look like a lunatic, beardo drug user. And guess what? He is a drug user, and he is a beardo. He is an urban bug man. But he's also someone that carried a lot of fascination with me. Because out of all those things I said that are bad about Matt Christman, out of all those negative qualities that I feel and see inside of him, he is a true believer. And this last week, he suffered from some kind of health catastrophe just weeks before his first child was going to be born. I wasn't aware that he was married. I guess he has a wife and child, which is kind of an interesting thing, kind of in lieu of his other pronouncements here. Matt Christman was the brains of El Chapo Trap House because he was the only person that really seemed to have read in depth the not only the leftist literature. He'd obviously read all of Marx, and he was a genius, not genius, but he was a very astute studier. Guys, please don't put F's in the chat anymore. You're gonna catch me unless you want me to stop. Just don't put F's in the chat. But Matt was an astute studier of left-wing theory. And he was also a person who was the most aware of what the right actually was. He was aware that, look, guys, it's not all Dan McLaughlin's out there. It's not all Rod Drehers. It's not all Richard Spencer's. Somewhere in the process between Richard Spencer and Dan McLaughlin and Rod Dreher, there were going to be non-crazy, non-bigoted spiritual believers that actually live their faith, that actually provide the critique against modernity, that provide the critique against the modern bugman lifestyle. And so, and Matt was always there to provide jokes and support in the El Chapo podcast. And by the time, I think even by 2020, El Chapo was pulling in like $1 million a month. $1 million a month divided by 3 guys. I mean, these guys are millionaires multiple times over, even living in Brooklyn. These guys are very, very well off. And that's just one source of income. Everyone who does this knows you have like multiple sources of income. You've got speaking engagements, maybe. You've got, you have the revenue you get from ads, uploading to multiple platforms. These guys are doing very, very, very well. But what was interesting about Matt Christman is that in addition to the work that he posted for El Chapo, being their ideological support and making jokes as well, he also would log on late at night and he would just spill his beans about everything and anything that was going on in his head. He would go through history with this meticulous fine-tooth comb and try to explain how everything aligned to his ideology. But the most important and most interesting thing is that he would more often than not react to right-wingers. I don't know if I really want to play this clip. I think I might, actually. I'll play it for a little bit. Maybe I'll play it for the full 5 minutes. But there was a few points in time where I mean, actually, almost all of these things. What's so amazing with Matt Christman was that he was completely self-aware about what he was. He hated conservatives, he hated right-wingers, and he wanted to have them all destroyed. And he'd say this. But then he would lapse poetic about the moral necessity of being a leftist. And there was one 5-minute clip, and I think I will play it for you right now, in which he explains his ideology in full. And I immediately saw him in a different light, even though it's kind of weirdly disgusting. So I actually want to kind of play this now, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Let's make sure that this actually works.
Ross Dowdett is crying because his girlfriend, Theresa May, got owned. He's whining like the simpering, half-bearded toad that he is. The old gave us Trump. The young are trying to give us Corbyn. Time to restrict the franchise to parents of under 18-year-old kids. How about we fucking put you in a barrel and roll you down a hill? How's that for a fucking idea, you fucking tubby shithead? How's that? I got an idea. That's a good idea. I think that's a great idea. I think America would be united behind that fucking policy. You fucking worthless shithead. I really hate Ross. A lot of people don't hate him. I hate him. I hate him deeply. I hate them all. I really do. I hate the trad caps. My hate is pure in the Alexander Coburn sense. I really do hate them all. I can't not hate them. Like, I look at them, I read them, and I don't feel like that kind of like, oh, this guy's funny because he's stupid. I want them, I hate them. Maybe that's bad. Maybe I shouldn't hate them. Maybe that proves that there's some sort of dark heart within me, I'm like Lenin, give me control of the state, and I'm going to start doing purges and, creating the fucking checkup. But I don't think that's true. I think these people do genuine harm to the world. And me wanting to kill them, or at least see them deeply humiliated, is me standing up for humanity. I think. I hope. I mean, we should all have a chance. People suck, but the people, we all deserve a chance to suck. We all deserve a chance. Because we get pulled out of we get pulled out of nothing. We get pulled out of the ether into consciousness that we did not ask for and that is not under our control. We are given facilities and abilities that are also not within our control. And then we are set loose in a world where we are going to have a very brief, finite amount of time to love and be loved and to experience and to think and to exist before that's snuffed out. And that is something that every single one of us shares. That is a unifying human experience. That's all we have. We have this brief moment where we are called out of nothingness for a fucking microsecond in the span of existence. We're called into being. Without our consent, we're given abilities that we don't have any fucking choice over. And we're all unified by that. And since we all share that, can't we make it a fucking world where everybody who is essentially, I don't want to get too Schopenhauer-y, but, cursed with that burden of consciousness can at least experience as much richness and love and safety and security as anybody else? Like, how can you look at someone who didn't choose to be born, who did not choose their abilities and facilities in this world, and say, you deserve nothing but pain and torment until a horrible death? And I deserve everything. I deserve riches, and I deserve greatness, and I deserve comfort for things that I similarly had no choice in, had no influence in. I'm a winner of a genetic lottery, and as a result of that, I should have everything, and you should have nothing. And the difference between us is the flip of a fucking coin. That is the monstrousness that I can't abide. I can't. To think that there are people in this world who accept that and think that's how it should be. That you should condemn people in millions and billions to torment and agony and death and fear and loneliness because you need to have everything. Because you were born with everything. The vile maxim. The vile maxim. Adam Smith's vile fucking maxim. And it's hard to confront because it is so monstrous and so evil. But it's something that your neighbors believe, that your parents believe, that your loved ones believe. It's something that people accept as just the way it is. That is what life is. It is you're shot out of oblivion into consciousness, and you will either be cursed or blessed based on the whim of genes and geography. And that is that. And the people who say that that is that are, of course, the people who achieved the extraordinary beneficence of luck, and then decide that they're going to ascribe that into the universe and turn that into an unmutable truth. But it can't be like that. It doesn't have to. We have it in our power to make it different. And maybe we won't. Maybe we'll keep burning carbon and killing each other until we all just cook in our own fucking juices. Or maybe we'll break outside of our bubbles of fear and distrust to accept common humanity and embrace the birth.
Okay, guys, I want to come back now. I'm apologizing for subjecting you to all of that, but there's a reason, and that's almost all of the video that I showed, and this was going on. Obviously, Matt Christman had a medical emergency, something serious. I think it was a stroke, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was brought on by his alcohol and drug abuse, which was well known and very apparent in those clips, I should say, too, that he was using substances to engage properly in these ruminations and these confessions. But I will value that little 5 or 6 minute clip more than anything else, because in my opinion, that is the most honest confession of religious true belief from a progressive that I've ever seen in my entire life. You see the progressive soul laid bare in that moment. I'm going to deconstruct it. We need to deconstruct it. But it's kind of important to stand in awe of this phenomenon. That after you take, I don't know if Vosh believes this, but if you were to take someone like Vosh that was genuine, boil off all of the snark and sarcasm and debate bro tactics, take away all the cultural references, put them in a moment of vulnerability in a confessional and let them actually pour forth their actual thoughts on the world, I think this would be it. This would be it. This is the religious. What is their religious belief? On the surface, it's silly, right? This clip actually, the text version of this clip was circulating around because a lot of people were using this. Obviously Matt had a tragedy happen to him. He's been a very fortunate man in his life. I don't think he's ever had a real job. He said he basically got out of college and was virtually unemployable until he got into podcasting. And now he's a millionaire. He has a wife and kids. He sustained some expensive drug using habits that probably he shouldn't have. And this is a tragedy to him, but people were rightfully listing their condolences. And the comeback was, oh, look, this piece of shit, look at what he believes. And I should also point out that this is not like a one-off here. Matt, the clip that I showed you, the sentiments about wanting to murder all trad Catholics and murder all conservatives, like Ross Douthat, for having a different opinion on him on a political contest in England, a country that neither of them live in. His desire to murder his political opponents is frequently in his ruminations in his Kush vlog. Is what he called it in his monologue ruminations. He has the same deal that I have, where he's on live stream and just talks for like 3 hours. He frequently lists similar sentiments, along with the other longer sentiment that the belief that the mere existence of inequality and pain, and the fact that humans are brought into this world without consent, this is an offense against morality itself. And any inability to acknowledge this in exactly the ideological language he chooses demonstrates that you're subhuman and you need to be absolutely destroyed. Because you are part of the problem. And one of the most telling things about this, I mean, does it make any sense, right? I mean, first of all, he's like, okay, I hate Ross Douthat. I hate all trad Catholics. I hate all right-wingers. I want to murder them all. I get that. I get angry a lot, and I feel similar emotions on my own side, although I try to suppress them as much as possible. But I definitely know the feeling. That I get. Then he launches into extended rumination about the Odyssey, which I also kind of get. But then there's this really bizarre moment in this whole thing where he talks about Adam Smith's vile maxim. Adam Smith's vile maxim is that people look out for themselves first and foremost, and others only afterwards. Okay, and then he claims that people believe it. People believe it. And he's like, your friends, your family members believe that this is true. Well, because they observe it in the real world, Matt, right? No, but they believe that it's true. They believe that it's true. They believe that it's true, and then somehow they're making it true. The belief creates the universe. The structure of Matt Christman's world is 100% theoretical. If you look at his history blogs that he goes through all events in history, actually with an amazing amount of factual recollection. I feel like I know history pretty well, and he puts mine. I mean, maybe he does pre-research, and he obviously does this as a job. I work 10 hours a day doing coding and mathematics. So what you're saying right now in these vlogs is me taking an hour to prepare and write these slides out before I literally go live with you guys right now. God willing, the stream doesn't fail again. At any rate, Matt Christman is an amazing reciter. He has amazing historical recitation. He has amazing recollection of historical fact. But all of his conversations on history are him sledgehammering every single historical event into the dialectic of materialism, into the dialectic of Marx. Every single historical event gets put into this picture, this continuous dialectic and materialist class struggle that goes on and on and on. And anything else that isn't that is false consciousness, is false belief. And anything that is not implemented is every single attempt not to implement the proper dialectic reaction to the moment is a betrayal of humanity in that moment. I'll say this once and I'll say this again. The Marxism is idealism parading as materialism. Its dialectic history is German idealism. It's German idealism from Hegel and from earlier German idealists. But really what it is, I think, and this is one thing I will agree with Matt, with James Lindsay on, what it really is Gnosticism. What Matt confesses in this clip is exactly what Gnosticism is. And what I think is, James Lindsay takes credit for thinking of this Gnosticism, leftism as Gnosticism. first things that the sort of trad Catholic, not trad Catholic, the Newhouse's conservative Catholic magazine, First Things, was on the progressivism idea of an idealistic universe constructed out of our beliefs that exists, this imminent utopia brought about by perverted knowledge, diseased knowledge, and diseased beliefs. Therefore, ideology and ideals is the way to break through the veil and capture utopia again. Marxism does this because it calls its ideology material. It calls its idealism materialism. I'm saying that we're down again. Okay? Well, I'm going to have to wait and refresh. Okay, are we back? All right, guys, this is, I don't know how to do this. I had a whole talk planned out, but getting interrupted every 5 minutes certainly does not help the flow. I don't know what I can do about the internet. Maybe I can reconnect things. The idealism of, and I think oftentimes we misunderstand Marxism too. To go back to Matt Christman, I mean, like, what is Matt Christman's Gnosticism? Well, Matt Christman's Gnosticism is this idea that his ideological theory is the key for implementing utopia, and that our choices to observe the physical reality and to live in the physical reality, as opposed to eternally focus on the divine knowledge, the gnosis, is what's causing our separation and causing all pain. Therefore, ideologically, all people who turn away from the gnosis are not simply dealing with the real world, they are creating the real world. All people who believe in gender roles are creating gender roles. All people who believe in biological sex are creating sex. All people who believe in capitalism are creating capitalism. If they deal with it as a practical reality, if they don't make the proper offerings to the spirit of socialism, to the spirit of the divine gnosis that is Marxist ideology, they are part of the problem. They are keeping this thing going by the fact of their belief. I think that this is actually the idea of most radical leftists. That literally through the act of believing, and this is sort of like this weird thing too about why they're so obsessed with radicals. The big problem with El Chapo Trap House is convincing their audience, these people like Dan McLaughlin and Rod Dreher, are some kind of representation of their problems, when all they are is weird kooks who have a smaller audience than they do. Almost all the people that El Chapo makes fun of are smaller guys than they are. They have no bearing on the woes economically that they're speaking of. All of the moderate people in charge of the IMF and World Bank vote for Joe Biden, the same people that Matt Christman and his friends at El Chapo Trap House urge their own audience to vote for. And the justifications are always the same. It's the lesser of two evils. It's the lesser of two evils. Well, why wouldn't you humanize your fellow dissidents, Matt? Why wouldn't you reach across the aisle to actually figure out what's going on? Well, they can't. The only way you can interact with a right-winger is as a lolcow, is as a demon. There's a reason why Gnosticism was hated. And there's a reason why all these idealistic religions had such a poor reputation for themselves. And I don't really think we should even call it Gnosticism, because what I believe we're seeing right now is, I think Marx, for instance, it had a Gnostic element at its core, in the fact that it was idealism masquerading as materialism. But in its original conception, it was not Gnostic at all. The people who were the original practitioners of Marx believed very much that this was an actual science they were doing, and they were practicing it dispassionately, and so on and so forth. Now, at the late stage of our own civilization, at the beginning of civilizational winter, we encounter Gnosticism in its proper stage, in its pure stage, the same way that the late Romans encountered it in their world. this is not, and I think this is also why it's a mistake to view Gnosticism as, and I don't like how James Lindsay uses it. James Lindsay talks about Gnosticism like we caught Gnosticism and Gnosticism is the problem. That's not true. What happened was we left proper religion, we left proper contact with the world, and in the gap, something like Gnosticism happened. Some over-idealized, otherworldly religion always happens at the end of civilizations. This is what Nietzsche misunderstands about slave morality when he talks about Christians being anti-body and among the slaves, among people who didn't want to deal with reality and the harshness of might makes right and the will to power. When he presents it that way, he's missing a fundamental problem with his history, and that is that during Christianity's ascendancy during this period, Christianity was in fact one of the more pro-body, one of the more worldly religions on offer. The entire civilization itself, before Christianity even came onto the scene, was obsessed with these hyper-idealized, body-denying religions, where everything is an abstraction of an eternally good thing that you're being blocked from by the powers that be. I guess I should go a little bit into why this is such a disreputable religion, and I think you can see this very much on display in the thought patterns of Matt himself. Matt wants to murder his opponents, and I believe him when he says his hatred is pure. And I think he wants to murder them in a way that's much more real than the way most of us have moments of weakness and rage. And that's because he doesn't even really see people with my opinions and my perspectives as people. He sees this as outcroppings of an ideology. It doesn't matter that we don't have any power. It doesn't matter that he's more politically aligned to the bankers that are more responsible for his woes than people like me are. I am a representation of the belief, and I must be crushed in this moment because Gnosticism separates the world into good and the evil. The line between good and evil runs between inside men's souls in the classic understanding of ethics. But to the Gnostic, it runs across the entire world, and it runs through politics. I say this about Matt because I think that this is a starting place for people like us to begin. There is something, there is something to work with here. I'll say this once, is that Matt Christman, I was looking forward to him becoming a father. But he was obviously very anti-family in his podcasting career. You could say there's some kind of ironic justice to that. But I thought for once, it might actually shake him out of his idealism. It might actually cause him to look at the world as instantiated. History exists embodied. Debates exist as personalities. If there's one message I should have in this thing, is that I go to the debate for the dialectic, not for the logical theory. I go to the debate to see two personalities clash and to determine which one is the real personality, which one's the true personality, which one's the confident and believing personality, and which one is the one that's in recession, which is the one that's not confident. That's why I go look at debates, is to understand the person as they are, as a living being, as a living organic being. And when I study history, I don't go through history's individual facts and hammer them in to my ideology. I read history. And what I try to do when I read history, and Yarvin said this also, and I think that this is a good thing to keep in mind. When you read history, what you want to do is you want to imagine yourself living there and imagine how it feels from the perspective of the people who were actually living there. And once you get to, no one can do this perfectly or even in the approximately perfect way. But once you're able to think about history, or at least try to approximate history from the perspective of the people who lived in it, to see ancient Japan from the eyes of an ancient Japanese person, to try to figure out what Greece looked like from the eyes of an ancient Greek. This is obviously Spengler's genius, because Spengler understood that the Greek looked at their own history through a different civilizational lens than the Christians who dug up ancient Greek pottery and superimpose their own stories on top of it. He understood that every civilization has a different way of viewing and processing the world. And when we look at history, and it's not as radical as a change of civilizations, but it's there between all generations. What we're trying to do is we're trying to capture the taste, the smell, the emotion of being there. When I look at a debate, I'm trying to capture the emotions, the feelings, what's going on internally in their head when they're bringing forward their arguments, because only in that moment can I actually figure out what these people are thinking. When you're a Gnostic, you can't do that. You can't understand that God is a visceral, embodied presence. God is simply an idea. He's a theory. And your belief in that theory creates God. The theory is more than God because everything that God is contained in the theory, is contained in the gnosis. God does not have any messy reality right behind him. God does not sweat. God does not bleed. God does not have a body that we can consume or interact with or be in any kind of communion with, because God is a theory. God is behind the veil. And to interface with him, you must interface with a theory that is dead. And you must judge all people by this dead standard, not as people who can actually teach you things. If Matt Christman, unlike ContraPoints, if he had a conversation with me one-on-one and we were both forced to come to terms with each other as individuals, as fellow sufferers in this reality, as fellow sufferers in this historical moment, I don't think that his broader Gnostic opinions could really hold up. And in that moment, if not overall, he would be forced to adopt a religion that was more healthy, that was more embracing of the messy reality of being human. Being a right-winger is not about any kind of Machiavellian theory, although that's part of it. It's about developing a political theory that describes how humans live and that has space for the mess of reality that is humanity. Machiavelli is important because he is a messy part of humanity that most other political theorists seek to deny. And I don't want to develop political theories or political policies or have any kind of existence, spiritual or political, that doesn't embrace humanity in its own messiness. Contradiction of the El Chapo Trapas guys is they talk constantly about conservatives, but it's very obvious that they don't have any relationships with them. If they had a relationship with one, the jokes would land a lot less well. And their ability to present the universe as a Manichaean struggle between good and evil would be a lot less believable. If he has a child, it's that interaction every single day, because every single day you're confronted with the reality that you're responsible not for every single human that's ever existed, but for a particular human, a particular person that relies on you above all else. Every single time Matt Christman talks about conservatives, this is the thing, they're aware of this, right? The El Chapo guys, they talk about conservatives. Oh, wow, like they talk all the time about us being bugmen, about us having our soy boy hobbies, but they're way more consumer whores than we are. And this has had to be modified as they turn their eyes from the classic baseball cranks to the people who are actual religious devout believers. It's very obvious that the devout believers have a much less materialistic lifestyle than they do. But no. Guess what? Consumption habits doesn't mean just your collection of plastic shit from China and of video games and of trips to Europe and craft breweries. Your consumption is also your dinners out with your families, your nice churches, your families themselves, your ability to own houses. All of that are just consumption habits. And these guys they're just addicts of capitalist consumption. And their spirituality is just a cover for that. Would you believe that if you still had a kid? Would you believe that your family is just a capitalist consumption habit, a bourgeoisie element of living in the system that separates you from humanity? Would you actually believe that, Matt? If you woke up from your coma and saw your son's face for the first time, would you actually believe that? I don't think you would. And in the meantime, one of the reasons why these otherworldly philosophies are so despised is that if you are going to take my family and my dinners and my home and every single creature comfort that we make to make our life bearable, and you essentially ask us to stand and repent for those sins at the altar of your dead ideological God, otherwise we are evil and deserve to be murdered, you better be a fucking saint. And it's not surprising that one of these rehashes of Gnosticism came back in the early and medieval ages as the Cathars. The priests of this world-denying sect were called perfects. You better be perfect. You better be the perfect non-consumer who lives in a hut, Matt, before you start lecturing people about how people's bourgeoisie families are a consumeristic cope to cover up for their lack of dedication to your ideology, all to strike back at a God because he didn't make the world fair. All because you couldn't have your revolution and remake the world, which by your own admission would involve murdering every single person like me. Just so all the people could be the same height, have the same abilities, have the same quantum of pleasure and pain, to appease the absolute perfect God that is dead, that only is a theory that exists on the paper, that has no existence in the flesh. Those who deny the flesh must deny the flesh for themselves. Those that deny the world must deny the world to themselves. I try to communicate this to the Christians who want to walk away from politics. You can deny the world, but do not deny the world to your children while you consume it yourself. There's a character who I always associate with Gnosticism, although I don't think she's a Gnostic, and she very much reminds me of the El Chapo people. So the eternal question. This person is Simone Weil. She was, there are a lot less flattering pictures of her, I'll say that. And I know there's physiognomy guys in the chat. It's probably not hard to guess what ethnicity she was, but she was a convert to Christianity, and she was a convert to a very radical form of socialist Christianity. There's always this debate in my mind, and I've read some of her stuff and I admire it as a fellow believer. There's always this debate in my mind whether Simone Weil was based or cringe. But I will say this. She believed exactly what Matt Christman believes. She believed that every single moment where there is a differential of pain and poverty between herself, and she grew up in a very privileged environment, and the poor of the world was an offense against the earth itself, against God itself, and that she needed to rectify this through extreme poverty and extreme acts of self-denial. People say that she was a LARPer, that she might have been an ideological fraud, but her life ended because of her own self-neglect, because she was eating so little food, she couldn't properly fight off a disease. I will say that I respect Simone Weil because she lived up to the height of perfection of the God that she actually worshipped. She followed in the footsteps of the Christ that she worshipped. She embodied it. She sacrificed it. She bled for it. For the Matt Christmans of the world, I want them to recognize our fellowship in the flawed reality as it is, and in the flawed political reality as it is, or I want them to embrace fully the idealism that they preach. Those are the respectable avenues. Those are the respectable paths for all of us. And I want right-wingers to do this too. Our idealism gets ahead of ourselves way too much. I think, and then this gets right back to the no enemies on the right debate. Politics has its place. Spirituality and belief always will lead politics. They will always determine asabaya. The person who has the strongest politics will be the believer. And following what you believe is the only true way to know that you really believe it. But I will say, and I think there's an impetus on conservatives, or on right-wingers rather, I should say, to take this seriously. Don't judge the people who practice real politics. Don't judge the charlatans of the world. Don't judge the leaders that have to take messy and necessary steps for the defense of others. But also, before you criticize, make sure that you're living the reality of the Christ you worship. I think we really failed at this time. And I'm going to end on this spicy note. I felt this revelation earlier this week, and then I saw the entire right wing fail at this one moment. Oh my God, it gotcha. Because we're fighting against Ukraine. I guess the State Department and the State Department's correspondents in Ottawa are trying to resurrect all sorts of icons from the classic era of Ukrainian nationalism who spent their entire lives fighting against the Russians. Their entire lives fighting against the Russians. You know, from the 20s to the 30s to the 40s to the Soviet era to now when we're fighting against the worst of all of the Russian leaders, Putin, who's worse than every single leader that we've ever been allied with who's been part of Russia. And of course, what do we find? The Canadians take this old guy who's fought in every Ukrainian war against the Russians. They bring him up, they give him a rounding applause. And then guess what? That guy is a mid-century German. He was part not only of Mustache Man's army as he fought against Stalin, he was in the Waffen-SS. Oh my God, those are real ideological guys. The Waffen-SS was recruited from people in Germany who are very ideologically aligned. They're very ideologically aligned to the regime. And that's how they became Waffen-SS, right? And of course, the conservative response, oh my God, Trudeau's a Nazi. Oh, we got him now. The Canadians are the real racists, guys. The Liberals are the real racists. How could they ever countenance that? This is one of the reasons why I have studiously avoided, I've commented on Ukraine in saying that I want peace on the conditions of the status quo. I don't like the State Department. And I realize that Ukraine is a puppet of the State Department, just as the Ukrainians that are fighting for Putin are puppets of Putin's, I don't know what he calls it, Putin's Defense Department, Putin's Department of War, what have you. It's a war of puppets. It's also a war of brothers. But I don't have a side in this fight because I know exactly what it is. I know exactly what it is. Does anyone else know exactly what they're talking about when they condemn this guy for being a Nazi? And what was World War II? Let's start there. World War II was a battle between two people, Hitler and Stalin. And if you weren't on Team Hitler, you were on Team Stalin. And if you weren't on Team Stalin, you were on Team Hitler. That's the reality of being in a conflict like this. And everybody was getting killed and conscripted and purged. Villages were burnt down. Civilians were bombed. There were ethnic cleansings left, right, and center. I know this because my family was involved in this, and they were in the exact same position that this guy was in. And I know the question that's in front of them. The question is, the Russians are coming to kill you. And in the Ukrainians' case, they already had killed them. The Russians are coming to ethnically cleanse you. Are you fighting for us, or are you fighting for them? Are we going to sit in our comfortable chairs and our cushy air-conditioned apartments and sit in judgment of that opinion? Oh, who's Waffen-SS? Well, let me tell you something. Anyone who studied this history will know this. I mean, didn't we get this thing? I have this asshats tweet up here. Oh, here we go. Here's the most prominent academic of our time. I'll let this guy, show his wonderful little face here, Yeah, okay. I mean, people might be criticizing Simone Weil, but I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. I always feel like, oh my God, I picked the wrong pictures. But this is the pictures they put online. Okay, but no, I shouldn't be criticizing my betters. Ben, after all, Ben Burgess has a PhD. He just knows more than me about everything having to do with history. I mean, I have a PhD too, but my PhD is in math and engineering, So it's not as smart as his. That's, and my reading was done extracurricularly, so it wasn't as deep. And he has connections to this part of the world, so he knows what he's talking about. Okay, well, Ben Burgess says, if you can't work out why joining the Waffen-SS was dispensable, gosh, what a complicated moral judgment call. I'm probably not going to take the rest of your opinions very seriously. What the hell is anyone like this doing teaching in the academy? What the hell is anyone doing like this? Like, this is one of those this is one of the counterpoints things. Like, they just say something that's just demonstrably factually false. I've been sworn to secrecy about this very subject on a number of accounts because I've heard numerous family stories. But I know one goddamn thing about this period of history in Eastern Europe. The Waffen-SS was a very ideological branch of Hitler's army inside Germany. But it was not in Eastern Europe. In Eastern Europe, as the Germans were advancing into it, the Waffen-SS was recruiting from every single ethnicity they felt had a legitimate grievance or reason to fear reprisals from the Soviets. This included Ukrainians and this included Germans that were in the outlying area. And Hitler and his commanders told all of them that if the Russians won the war, they would be ethnically cleansed and murdered. And Hitler was right. The Ukrainians already had been ethnically cleansed and murdered. And the Germans would be ethnically cleansed and murdered. And they put them in, well, not all of them, but they put a lot of them in the SS because they felt that if they believed this truth, they would fight ideologically for the Nazis and they would be much better than conscripted men. And I don't know if that was true or not. Certainly, no one I ever knew lived anywhere. I mean, these people who were absorbed into this battle were so thoroughly disconnected from what would be mainstream Nazi ideology. It was a joke. These people lived in villages that had just recently gotten radio and some movies. They read some newspapers from Germany. Most of them had never seen or known a Jewish person. All they knew was that there was Team German and there was Team Soviet. There was Team Communist and there was Team Non-Communist. There was Team I'm going to murder your family and Team I'm not going to murder your family. Which side are you joining, Ben? Would you actually join a side? Or is this your Gnostic world where you get to sit in judgment of people who have to fight in wars like this? I assume, I don't think it's anything like this in Ukraine presently, but every single person on both sides of the conflict in Ukraine are going through the exact same problem, although probably much more minorly, because I think that unlike the war in Europe during 1946, I don't think Putin or Zelensky is going to ethnically cleanse the population, although I won't make the same promises about the State Department because arguably they're doing that in other countries through immigration. But that's not even remotely what happened in the period. But we're going to sit here and Mr. Ben is going to lecture people with a gun to their head and a gun to their family's head about how uncomplicated the decision was to risk their lives running at Russian machine gun nests and stopping Russian tanks from murdering their families. It's such a non-complicated moral judgment, Ben. It's so non-complicated. They're good guys and they're bad guys. Haven't you read the theory, brah? Haven't you read the theory? The Nazis were the guys who denied human equality, and the Soviets were the people who embraced human equality. That means it's the right decision. They're good guys and bad guys. There are good guys and bad guys. There are men who follow Christ and sacrifice their lives for their friends and their family. And there are men, Tito or Stalin, or any of the people who fought against Hitler, because they're fighting against Hitler. And Hitler was an evil man. At the same time, why isn't the same thing true about Stalin? Because I can guarantee you all of those Waffen-SSs you're shitting on, that was their logic. I don't think that was their logic. I know that was their logic because I've heard it from their mouths. This is real history, Ben. This has the taste of true history. This doesn't have the taste of a Marvel movie. Matt Christman and Matt Christman a little bit less so. Matt Christman lives in a Gnostic delusion. Ben Burgess lives in a Gnostic delusion that looks like a Marvel fucking movie. This is a complicated decision. It's a hard decision. It's a moral decision. And the people who stand up and fight for their families, who lay down their lives for their friends, and who take risks are doing something good, regardless if they fought for the Red Army or fought for the Brown Army, regardless if they fought against Stalin or if they fought against Hitler. They're all heroes. And if ever there comes a time when people are tearing down statues of the Red Army, I will fight against that, because every single one of those people who fought and spilled their blood on the battlefield, in my opinion, are heroes. Some men choose heroism and some men have heroism thrust upon them. And those people who risk their lives and fight in wars, I include counterpoints in this. It's probably the most noble thing he's done. The people who become soldiers and risk their lives are heroes in that moment and will forever be heroes because they've actually risked something. The intellectuals who sit in Greenwich Village in Brooklyn and have comfy air-conditioned houses and spew out bullshit ideology that justifies the murder of peasants while they write big checks to Stalin to continue on the glorious revolution, those people can go fuck themselves for all eternity. I'm sorry. I shouldn't imply that I'm taking the Lord's name in vain. But at some point, the people who actually take responsibility for lives as they exist, who dedicate themselves to the God that actually is in the messy humanity as we see it, I believe are called to something higher and will be remembered as being called to something higher. And the people who slink behind wars and moral justifications and trolley problems and philosophy and abstract notions of the good and the evil that they don't even really understand or even really look like they believe for one moment. It doesn't make me angry. It makes me sad. It makes me sad because I know. I mean, look, it's even funny, right? It's even funny because I won't comment on Ben because I don't think Ben really believes in anything. But if people actually interacted with the real world and humans as they exist, if they talk to soldiers, if they talk to us as humans, if they talk to people who had fought in the war they're judging people for fighting in, would they have these opinions? Would they have these shit opinions about this stuff? I don't know who ultimately was worse, Hitler or Stalin. Why should I be required to tell you who was worse, Hitler or Stalin? Some people had to tell you who was worse, Hitler or Stalin, with their blood. And I want to respect that. I don't want to judge that. I'm tired of judging that. Because it's not even I'm tired of judging it because it's idiotic and tiresome and Godwin's law, and I can't believe we've been breaking our collective internet mind for a war that ended almost 80 years ago at this stage. It's not even that. It's just I just actually want to enter into a more human time where we can actually appreciate our ancestors as the humans they were, where we can appreciate each other as the humans they are. Why don't you build a socialist community? I'd help you doing that. Why don't we work together to reform the bank system? Why don't we become allies in this? I know why we can't become allies. I know the ideas you harbor and the ideas you want to force me to profess. But with one modicum of understanding of ourselves as men, I wonder how long that ideological representation, how that ideological difference would maintain itself. I wonder how long, if we lived in a world, in a world that had a human dimension to it, where we could taste true history, we could taste true humanity, would we be enemies? I'll put that to people in the chat and to Matt too. I never talked to him. But I do hope he recovers. I pray that he recovers. And I pray that he is able to welcome a new child into this world and use this as an opportunity to think differently about spirituality and his role interacting with humans like ourselves who just want the best for the world and who aren't caricatures in some kind of moralistic theoretical drama, some kind of materialistic unfolding of history that he is the ultimate arbiter of. There's space for compromise, there's space for human understanding, but only if we allow ourselves to be human within it. Anyway, guys, that's the end of the lecture portion of the podcast. I'm going to go away for Super Chats. I'm working on getting my Substack up to have a number of paid posts, and I'm going to be trying to re-upload the lecture portion of these live streams as videos. Maybe I'll cut out the portions where I'm failing on stream, but really, to be quite honest, it's very, very hard to give a lecture where you're constantly being interrupted by technical difficulties. I'm going to have to find some way of getting this internet problem sorted out in a way that's more amenable to me doing this, because it's super irritating. You have a notepad with the points you want to hit, and all the timing is off because you're constantly going refresh. But anyway, guys, with that, I'm going to go on to the commercial break, and then I will answer Super Chats. See you in a bit.
Hark, gentle listener, are the woes of the modern world getting you down? Isolation, atomization, alienation. Oh no! But a new approach to the internet and social connections is coming to the fore. A place to meet quality people undaunted by the challenges of modernity. A space for new and better conversations, unfettered by the bounds of wokeness. For those men of quality, gumption, with a can-do spirit. Introducing basket weaving. Basket weaving, a new craze, sweeping the nation, bringing quality people together. Basket weaving is not an organization or a club, but a practice. Basket weaving takes social media connections and makes them real, forging the trust so long frayed by our decadent clown world. How do you start? Simply join one of our inlet servers. Look for the channel that corresponds to your locality and begin interacting with people who want to work together locally. Regular meetups are occurring now all across America and many non-American countries. So fight the modern poison with your fellow listeners to build new organizations, new friendships, and eventually a brighter future.
All right, guys, thanks so much for waiting. I'm going to get on to the Super Chats. Hopefully Entropy is working now, and we won't have any more problems with this. Just have to cross my fingers because this notoriously does not work as well as I would like it to. I think if I go to the bottom, it would just, it'll be fine, right? Okay, let's try this. Okay, first super chat of the night, Kian Kurji for $5 USA. My usual book or movie question. Just recently read 1984. You once mentioned that O'Brien is based on Burnham. Orwell sees Burnham as an insane, murderous villain. Could you expand on this? I don't think it was, maybe I misstated that. I don't think O'Brien was based on like the man, James Burnham. I think they actually knew each other. Maybe I'm mistaken about that. I think that it was based on like what would someone be like if they took this managerial, cynical view of power seriously. I think that was the concept of O'Brien. Like, because Burnham is essentially a Machiavellian. He believes that power creates its own justification. I mean, you could say as a Christian, you don't believe this ultimately, but in human political interactions, power is its own justification. The idea that there's this revolutionary force in history is ridiculous. And what Burnham pointed out was that National Socialism and communism are all moving towards this mode of history where everything is going to be managed for the ultimate purpose of power itself. And O'Brien is the person produced by that system. So, I wouldn't say O'Brien is Burnham. I would say that O'Brien is the man Burnham's theory would produce. And Burnham's theory is supposed to be realist, right? And I think that very much... I think that a wrong way to read 1984 is that these characters are specific. Like, O'Brien is O'Brien because he is a murderous person. O'Brien is O'Brien because he's been produced by the system. And I think that's how Orwell would have seen it. But, so it's always these weird things like, I should really say she took inspiration from. Random for $3 USA. Hi, Dave, a 20-year-old Zoomer here. Why is it so hard to find a girlfriend? I tried many dating sites and none of them work to find me a girlfriend and work only to make me depressed. I can't seem to find a woman in real life either. Okay, so first question, X Random. Do you have friends? That's the first question. You need to get a lot of guy friends. I mean, okay, first of all, you can use the dating sites, but just don't get like super invested in them. Like just send out, I mean, people do this with jobs too. What they do with jobs is send out a bunch of applications. They don't hear back and then they get super depressed and then they just quit. If you use dating apps, make sure it's a targeted dating app that doesn't put you in the general population. These things like Tinder and what used to be called OkCupid, they're just bad. I mean, I think they're a waste of your time. You want to use one that's more targeted. Second of all, the best way to find a girlfriend or to be attractive as a young man is to have a lot of male friends. And the more of your male friends that have girlfriends themselves, the better prospect you will be perceived as. And the more you will learn about becoming a more mature man and more attractive to a female. That's the number one mistake men have when they try to get dates, is that they try to get them and they don't have a regular group of guys that they do things with. They're complete atoms and they think that they can and they have very little experience with women and they think they can just snap right into a mature relationship. And women mature very, very quickly when all of this stuff happens. So it's, I would say that also you're 20 years old, like cut yourself some slack. I mean, where are you going? You've got like a solid, you've got 40 years before you really have to do it. And you've got a solid 10 years before you should even be very concerned about this. Focus first and foremost on making sure that you're a good prospect, health-wise, financially, interest-wise, self-confidence-wise, and also make sure that you're well integrated into a group of other guy friends that are similarly focused on improving themselves and their prospects in the world. That's the first step that advice I give to all Zoomers in your position. But thank you very much. Batman Bad for $3 USA. Hey Dave, I just wanted to mention that there are still good things in this world, despite all the evil we see going on. Thanks again for the nuggets of wisdom you've been making over the years. Well, thank you very much, Batman Bad. I appreciate it. I'm going to go a little quickly because of the fact that it's a little later than usual. I swear I would have been faster if I didn't constantly have to repeat myself on the interruptions, but that is what it is. One's Man Odyssey for $10 USA. I enjoyed the last few streams, Dave. How do you find the time to read? I have a full-blown job and 2 young kids and just have a hard time focusing on a book for more than 15 minutes. Do I just wait for my kid to get older? Yeah, I find it very hard to read as well. I try to read for 15 minutes before I go to bed, but I read at a snail's pace these days. And it really started when I had kids. I read a lot when I didn't have kids. I don't know, man. If you're at the point of your life when you have kids, cut yourself some slack. But if you really want to finish a book, what you should do is you should meet up with a bunch of other dads that have similar constraints and then do a slow reading book club. Because if you have reading goals that you need to get to, your mind will focus yourself on the book at hand. If there's a group of people that are reading the book along with you and that you're friends with, you'll motivate yourself to read more. You'll be more focused when you do read, and the book will mean more to you as well. And if you meet with a bunch of other dads who have similarly young kids, you're not going to be asked to finish War and Peace in 3 weeks or something like that, right? That they'll be sensitive to your time constraints when it comes to reading. But thank you very much, One Man's Odyssey. I'll keep on going. But I struggle with this problem a lot myself, having only one young child. God willing, someday more. Batman Bad for $3 USA. I feel that the claim that Christianity was Rome's woke movement falls short on the fact that Christianity is in general a pro-natalist religion. Gnosticism itself disproves this, right? Gnosticism was Rome's woke religion. Christianity was mixed with Gnosticism in some of its forms early on, but it was definitively not Gnostic because it was pro-natalist, it had a positive view of the body, and it had a positive view of the world. Now, with Nietzsche, its overlap with late Roman Empire religions, of which it was a non-extreme example, and its historical overlap with the decline in the Roman Empire's civil virtue and a decline in their virility, that overlap was enough to indict it as slave religion. But this is why I believe that Spengler is one of Nietzsche's most important updaters. I think his read on this is much, much better, that what was going on was the waning of the classical world in the 5th century and in the 6th century. And that spawned a period of time spiritually in which all religions were more world-denying, as I imagine that we're going to experience imminently. We're going to have a number of Gnostic cults emerge in very, very short order. So there's that. Where was I? There's all sorts of things about Christianity that don't overlap. I'm sure you're getting this from Uber Boyo, who's this kind of like pop Nietzsche guy that appears on Twitter a lot. The thing is that his historical analysis is so one-dimensional, it's practically a self-parody. I don't think that he could stand up to any of the sort of Spenglerian counter-criticism. I don't know how he would explain, for instance, the pronatalism of Christianity that people like Radlib very suitingly bring up, because Mr. Radlib and Miss Radlib are very pronatal in their own lives. I don't know how he would explain paganism's anti-world, anti-natal turn during the very same time, if paganism is the symbol of virility. I don't know how he even explains Islam. Islam as a complete, Islam is very, very masculine. It's very, very pronatal, but it's still the same kind of anti-pagan reaction that he associates with slave morality. The whole history, this kind of, it doesn't have the taste of true history, like I was saying in my podcast. It feels like a cartoon. It feels like theory. I know the difference between theory and real history. I know what real history feels like. It feels hard. It feels complicated. It feels messy. It feels human. It feels organic. Theoretical history feels like a morality play. It feels like a diagram. It feels like that one weird trick that explains all ideas. I don't. It's just a very, very bad theory. I think this thing mainly exists to get likes on Twitter and to troll Christians. I don't think it's an actual serious contention. So I don't know how much how much weight I'd put on that, right? Batman Bad, $3 USA. So what do you think of the claim from Bronze Age Pervert's recent article that right-wingers now are the weirdo Marxists from the 1960s? Well, we are the distant force of this age. The problem is that other than being the group that is the counterculture, nothing about what we are is remotely the same. People in the 60s were trying to deconstruct an order. We're trying to build a new one underneath the current order. The radicals of the 60s had allies inside the academy and inside the unelected government. We do not. Radicals in the 60s were able to indulge in all sorts of degeneracy with very little consequence. We cannot. Radicals in the 60s were able to take their radicalism and use that as a ladder up inside the institutions. There's no way that's going to be an option for us. So, I'm sure there are some similarities, but the analogy is pretty tenuous, so I wouldn't put too much stock in that. Gray Smog for $15 USA. I was reading a volume of Tolkien's letters. He had considered an alternative ending where Frodo throws himself into Mount Doom with the ring, where Gollum didn't appear. Would this have been a better ending? I wonder how the Scouring would have played out. Yeah, I can see that. Obviously, the thing is, it does feel a little bit like it's cheating, because in the Lord of the Rings, Tolkien is very obviously playing with this classical. I think it's a classically Christian because it's found in the Bible, but this is more often than not associated with Catholicism. The idea of Christ as prophet, priest, and king, and so you have sort of the three roles as the various focal points of the story. You have the prophet Gandalf, you have the king Aragorn, and you have the priest Frodo. And Frodo, in his priestly capacity, most closely resembles Christ. He carries the cross, which is the ring, and to destroy the ring, he must lose a part of himself or lose himself to it. Now, the problem is, I bet what would happen is that Frodo throwing himself into the pit of Mount Doom would have been an act of suicide, and it would have been an act of ultimately death winning out over life. And without a resurrection, the Christ story of death without two things. First of all, without Christ's death on the cross being something that, while freely chosen, was not an act of suicide. It was freely chosen, but it was inflicted upon Christ, in the sense that it was a sacrifice he made, but a sacrifice that the world demanded of him. And without the resurrection, that ending where Frodo literally dies to the ring would have seemed like suicide. It would have seemed like death winning out over life. And I think the compromise was that a part of Frodo dies with the ring. And Gollum sort of redeems himself in the process of a good death, which is another element of Catholic theology. And furthermore, because Frodo, part of him dies with the ring, he must essentially give up his life as a hobbit. Shortly after he returns from delivering the ring and destroying the ring at Mount Doom, he's forced to go off into the east and essentially join the afterlife without living a full life as a hobbit, like Sam does. As for the Scouring of the Shire, I don't think that would have largely changed. Frodo plays almost no role in the Scouring of the Shire. Most of the action is done by Sam and Pippin and Merry, and it's mostly for the other hobbits to show that they've learned something and they've developed. Even as a matter of fact, Tolkien makes a note of this. I just reread the books. He says, people don't really remember Frodo as playing a large role in this. He's more like, he's remembered as the person who had the story about the ring, and he's honored everywhere else. But in the Shire, people don't really understand the whole thing with the ring very well. So he's sort of the real heroes were Merry and Pippin and Sam, who liberated the Shire from Sharky and his brigands, or I should say Saruman and his brigands, right? So I don't know. I can see why, there would be no way to make that ending work without making the Christ analogy too on the nose, or without suggesting something that was frankly against what Tolkien wanted to express with Frodo's role in The Lord of the Rings. Gray Smog for $20 USA. I was watching a Nat Geo National Geographic's documentary focusing on pelicans. They're very fond of eating gannet chicks whose parents are busy hunting. What I find ironic is that they regurgitate these half-digested chicks to feed on their own chicks. How does this relate to us? Are pelicans villains for depending on the harms of gannets? Well, I guess, they're animals. They're animals with no sense of human morality. So, I don't know. I've eaten veal before. So, I eat baby cows, and this is not inside their own species, right? Are you saying that pelicans are cannibals too? Cannibalism exists inside the animal world. I think if you're asking me this from a Christian point of view, about distinctly evil elements inside animal behavior, like cannibalism, like rancid parasitism, and all this stuff, I would say that we have to believe that the fall pertained in some way to the physical world, and that the physical world is suffering from corruption in the same way that the human soul is suffering from corruption. And then this will ultimately be fixed in a new dispensation from Christ in the beginning of the new world and at the end of this one. But I ultimately don't know. But potentially the answer is that there's a greater good that could be unlocked by this. And in the form of animals, it's not nearly the same evil that it would be if it was perpetrated in humans. There's been explanations like this too. But I don't know if I really have a preference personally for how we explain evil as it appears in animals. PBK for $5 USA. Hi Dave, in your opinion, who is a bigger enemy to our group? The Richard Hanania types, racist liberals, or the woke James Lindsay types? I don't have a fun title for them. Thanks for all that you do. Well, I mean, I believe Richard Hanania is a grifter. I believe he's kind of a con artist. I'm not con artist. I mean, like, he saw a gap in the market that was there for somebody who would be the new Steven Pinker. And he wanted to be the new Steven Pinker, and the system wanted to have a new Steven Pinker. So he made himself the new Steven Pinker that was slightly more edgy. And that's another reason why he got forgiven so quickly for saying way worse things than Thomas A. Cord ever did, and having a way larger involvement in the old alt-right than any people that Wokel wants to cancel, or James Lindsay wants to cancel. Wokel is an honest-to-God true believer, so he will always kind of be our ally. He's also a Christian, so he's always definitely, in a real way, my ally. I think Wokel is being, frankly, a little obtuse, and I don't want to necessarily call him a fool. I think James Lindsay is an outright fool. James Lindsay is an absolute fool. I could just go on down the line of things. And his whole career is doing things that other people have done before. When people bring up to him that he's doing things that other people have done before, he flips them the bird and comes up with some novel insult for them. And then he does those things that other people have done before, and they don't work, and he looks like he's completely shocked. He did the Sokol hoax that had already been done in the 90s. He did New Atheism, knowing that New Atheism in previous generations had led to progressivism. And then he was shocked that progressivism came out of that. He did this whole, well, let's create a minimalist religion that's like Christianity but not Christianity, that focuses on the Constitution. Where have I heard that before? That's classic William F. Buckley conservatism. That's civic nationalism. We know that doesn't work, James. And even when he's right, like Gnosticism, again, like I said, First Things Magazine was doing this 10 or 20 years ago. Easy. So I don't know. Bigger enemy. Richard Hanania is always kind of a dishonest person. Good might work through him, in my opinion. He might be able to bring choice truths to the floor in the public sphere. And maybe more converts will come from Richard Hanania. But he's not going to do us any favors. And he will try hook and crook to stop the ascendancy of the right wing, because once the right wing is mainstreamed, there's no need to keep Richard Hananias around. I can guarantee you that. And there's way more charismatic and way more original thinkers than Richard Hanania. Wokel is simply suffering under, in my opinion, a delusion, and I hope that he'll come around. My opinion is it'll come around way too late. And I think James Lindsay is in the same boat. I think they're just kind of being fools. So I think Wokel and James Lindsay are more immediately our problems, because in order to take the next step inside the conservative movement to bring more people over the distant side, we need to immediately contend with the idea that they're going to be calling us racist, sexist, homophobic for just talking about basic truths. There's certain realities about human nature that we need to be able to discuss as part of human nature. And if that gets you canceled, those ideas are not going to advance forward in any meaningful way. Thank you very much, though. Grace Mogg for $5 USA. Being comfortable makes me not want to work, since I won't be comfortable. How do I accept being uncomfortable? How do I stop being comfortable? I think you asked me something similar last week, and my advice to you was get a schedule, get actual commitments that you have to do, that others rely on you to do, and you will make yourself uncomfortable. I'll just say this. My brother once told me, he had kids before I did, and he said, the one problem that kids solve is that you never have to worry about being lazy or feeling like you don't have a purpose, because there's always somebody who needs you to do something, and who only you can do this for this person, your kid. And, once you have a family, I mean, there are people who are lazy dads. I'm kind of a lazy dad sometimes. I'm not going to deny that, right? But there always is a nagging feeling in the back of your mind that you should be doing more, and there is always more to do. So a lot of these problems we have in modernity, again with the dating thing too, I mean, the first step, don't be an atomized individual. Have actual friends who live near you and who you do things regularly with. So that's my first suggestion. All right, moving on. Unmeal. A second suggestion, Grace Mogg, would be to have a calendar and make commitments to institutions that you can keep outside of whatever relationships you have. Unmeal Banerjee. Okay, Unmeal Banerjee for $10 USA. How do Christians answer the critique that Christianity is inherently iconoclastic and anti-hierarchical? This is the Bronze Age pervert thing again. Christianity, after all, was the original year zero. But I don't agree with the premise, dude. Like, I don't agree that Christianity was the original. I mean, I guess in the sense that it literally had its own calendar. Sure, it literally had its own calendar. But Christianity incorporated an enormous number of things from the pagan world, either from the pagan barbarians or from the pagan Romans. And they did this from year one of the Christian world, or year zero from the Christian world. I guess it's technically year zero, but if you're talking about trying to obliterate the entire previous sinful world because it's all part of the previous sinful world, the way that it's very obvious people like Matt Christman imagined themselves doing, or the way that the earlier Gnostics thought that they should do, or the way that the other hard world-denying religions sometimes do, it's just not true about Christianity, so I disagree with the premise. The Protestant assault on Catholicism simply takes the conclusion of the Christian assault on the pagan world and the man's old gods. I don't know what to tell you, Unmeal Banerjee. It was Christianity, not Islam, not other Gnostic forms of Christianity I guess Gnostic forms of Christianity, or not Gnostic forms of paganism, as you say, they died off. But it was Christianity, not the Vikings, not the Muslims predominantly, although Muslims did some, that carried the ancient tradition of the pagans from the ancient world to the modern world. Everything that you have there comes from Christians. And this idea that Christians were, from start to finish, just iconoclasts is nuts. And the only way that people like Bronze Age pervert promote this idea is they take selective Bible passages and they read them in isolation. And then they tell you that those selective Bible passages are the entirety of Christian belief. This is kind of, and it's also this whole genetic fallacy as well. Again, I've gone through this argument so many times, I almost feel like a broken record, right? If Christianity was driving progressivism, right? Like, let's take that thesis on. Like, all things are similar to all other things. And we all know that progressivism originated in Christianity. But we know that progressivism originated in Christianity. We know that Christianity is not driving progressivism. In the same way that cancer emerges in your lungs, but like the presence of lungs doesn't in itself drive cancer. Cancer is something that is happening to your lungs. And progressivism is a cancer that is happening to Faustian civilization Christianity specifically. And I think a new Christianity will emerge from this process. But that's another thing entirely. But the way that what's to prove this definitively in my own mind is, if Christianity was a driver for progressivism, we would expect atheists, pagans, non-Christians, secular people generally to be more based than Christians, to be more antinatalist, to be more on the progressive bandwagon. Does that what you see? No. What you see is that atheism drives progressivism, which and actually, if you go to pagan communities too, pagans talk a good game in the real world, but I encourage anyone here, go to a pagan temple as it's actually practiced. Dude, that shit is a fucking longhouse. Sometimes it's literally a longhouse. This is just not the reality of things. These alternative anti-Christian religions, be they atheism, secularism, Gnosticism, or paganism, drive the progressive mind virus more, which tell me that although progressivism comes from Christianity, it moves faster outside of Christianity than it moves within it, which means that it is a different thing, not the original thing itself. So, I don't know. I answered the question. I am sure I'll have to answer it again next week. But on any kind of nuanced reading of history, this is just not something that can sustain itself, not least of which because Christianity had 1,500 years where it didn't do this. So 1,500 years of based civilization creation and the production of one of the most humane and extensive empires in all of existence, and in the most sublime and elite forms of technology and art. And then we only succumbed to year zero ideology at the very century that we left Christ behind. That is not the story of Christianity driving wokeness. And I don't see how, without some serious special pleading, it becomes the Occam's razor version of this. Julio for $5 USA. Hi Dave, great episode. Have you read the new BAP book yet? No, I haven't. Thank you, though. Have you seen the takes from the former professors and students that knew him? It's very fun to see people who have lived without a single thought grapple with BAP and right-wing Twitter. Yeah, I mean, there's this other thing. Like, there is this, all these progressive, like, so for instance, BAP got his PhD. Is his new book just his PhD thesis? I'm kind of curious. Is that just it? Because he got his PhD thesis, and then there are all of these progressive professors are taking a shit on that. Oh my God, it's so juvenile. This is such a, why are you, and there's this one professor who's apparently very well known in his circles. So when BAP published his PhD thesis, Chris Rufo, a conservative Christian, said, "Congratulations, man, good job." And then, the hall monitors that they are, this progressive professor came in and went, "Ooh, are you sure? Are you a Baptist now? Are you endorsing his ideas?" No, man, it's just somebody whose ideas I enjoyed reading, and he published a book, so I'm not an asshole, and I said, good job. Okay, do I have the right hall pass, sir, to go to the bathroom? As Chris Rufo said, are you going to call my mother now? And Matt McManus and the rest of these pedants like Ben Burgess, they retweet and go, ooh, Chris Rufo's pushing back on one of the most published academics of his time. Well, dunking on a public academic, the most published academic of his time, acting like a complete asshat on Twitter, is not the dunk on Rufo that you think it is. It just brings up the question of if this academic superstar is all that he's cracked up to be, why is he playing hall monitor to who can congratulate BAP on his PhD thesis getting published, rather than taking on BAP's actual PhD thesis, which, unlike, I assure you, most of this guy's work, is actually going to be read by people, and is actually influencing people, and is actually generating new and interesting ideas. Unlike 90% of this dross that comes out of this John Rawls meets Karl Marx stale leftism. It's the same shit over and over and over again. They never do anything. They never try any radical ideas. And they just cycle the drain around the same kind of platitudes and Gnostic moralisms that lead precisely nowhere. Anyway, thank you very much. Umail Banerjee, again for $10. When one considers the total destruction wrought on the pre-modern, pre-Christian world, and then views the destructive fury of the vortex that is modernity, one simply sees the same forces turned inwards with nothing external left to consume. I'm sorry, Umail, this is just bad history. What destroyed the ancient world was not Christianity, it was the fall of the Roman Empire, and specifically demographic changes that came from the fall of the Roman Empire. the decline in ancient religion had already, I mean, Rome's demographic crisis, their inability to actually breed a new generation of people that would continue forward the generation of Roman citizens that forged their empire, that began in Jesus' time. That began in 0 AD, during the reign of Augustus. You can see Augustus writing about this stuff back in his time. Their birth crisis began there. And after 300 years of civilizational stagnation and the complete destruction of the religion of classical Rome, then you have Gnostic cults and Christianity vying over the ashes. Rome was already going to fall because there were no Romans defending Rome anymore. And the barbarians that invaded smashed it because they wanted to have the land for themselves, because they actually had high birth rates. They themselves, these 90 people don't know this also, like the Visigoths and like the Goths and the Vandals, these peoples were practicing syncretic forms of Christianity. They were syncretic pagans. Their religious beliefs were half Christianity and half paganism mixed together. And this is what people usually do when they come in contact with Christianity. Yet they were stronger than all the pagan Romans. They were stronger than the Christian Romans too, because the Romans had a dying civilization. And although they eventually emerged as paganism, as high paganism was dead, it was almost dead when Christ was born in this world. And it was dead as a doornail when the Roman Empire actually began falling in like 400 AD properly. Christianity was not competing with ancient paganism. It was competing with other forms of Manichaean Persian-style religions that were highly world-denying themselves. Come up with a new theory, man, because it does not. You're trying to hammer a square peg into a round hole, and it just. The mental gymnastics it would take me to say like, this theory might have a point, or just to. I have so many follow-up questions, right? But anyway, I think people are invested in this theory because they are rightfully angry at Christian leaders for being weak. And I get it, guys. I'm angry for them for being weak too. But you're not doing yourself any favors by misremembering history. That the reason why Rome fell was they were doing great and then they became Christians. And then they all didn't have children because Christianity turned them into the 5th century equivalent of social justice warriors who didn't have children. That's not what happened. The devout Christians had more children than their pagan counterparts. On top of that, Christianity was the most pronatal religion of all the religions that people actually believed in during the time that it emerged. So, I mean, you can't sweep those facts under the rug, right? They're too big. Also, the fact that paganism and the birth rates for the old order, the one that conquered the world in the way that we properly remembered it, that decline started before Christianity even was a thing. So, I mean, come up with a different theory, man, because this one does not make sense. Jonathan Eubanks, for $25 USA, started RCIA this year and have been attending Mass every week. Congratulations. I've firmly been swayed to Catholicism by the saints, and I miss the shouting of my old Southern Baptist priests. God bless you, Dave. I actually do think, this is something that I've kind of toyed with. I'm going to dabble in heresy. Somebody in the British event, I said that, during the British event, there was a large discussion about the decline of civilizations, and I agreed with everyone that we're entering into a winter period. Someone then reposted and said, well, don't during winter and spring periods, doesn't their religion change? And I said, yeah, that's a good point. And I said that I do believe that the religion is going to change, but I believe, first of all, as sort of just putting on my historian hat, I just believe as a historian, objectively speaking, that the religion that will replace what Christianity currently is will look more like Christianity than any given belief system that we've experienced to date. It will look more like Christianity than like anything else. Christianity is still the healthiest belief system in the modern world. Secondly, Secondly, as a Catholic and as someone who believes in the special dispensation of the Holy Spirit, the Catholic Church, I believe that what we will just get is a different version of Christianity led by a church that is reborn for a new age. And that we will look back on the previous doctrines of the church as never being abolished, but just being expressed and written in a different way. And with radically different language and radically different emphases. Maybe not such radically different emphases, because there's almost only so much you can do to the teachings and promises of Christ, right? But what I expect to see is the emergence of a very different but entirely orthodox by more senior priests, largely dedicated to the celebration of the Eucharist and the maintenance of the broader covenant in its ceremonial and other worldly forms. I always, in my own headcanon, thought that might be something I would see in sort of a synthesis between Protestantism and Catholicism, as I kind of believe is historically necessary. Jared Baird for $15 USA. A banger of a stream after some banger tweets. What a treat of a day. Well, thank you very much, Jared. Forgive me for passing through rather quickly, because I need to get to the end of this and people keep on super chatting me. Ben White for $5 USA. I did debate in freshman year of high school. One of my biggest pet peeves was spreading. Yeah, the old spreading, where people would read their arguments as fast as possible to throw as many arguments as possible to you. Yeah, I did a whole live stream on spreading. I did a whole live stream on spreading a while back. That was one of my early podcasts. Many just wanted to win and didn't care about the educational value. Oxford debate has just been destroyed by spreading and critiques. Although I will say I think critiques have done more damage than spreading, not the least of which because they've allowed sort of racially preferential judges to award identity points to teams that just didn't deserve to win for any other reason. So, yeah, man, I completely sympathize with you. This is you're bringing back memories. Yeah, I mean, there's a right way to do debate, but we always have to emphasize that debate is a sport. It's not a conversation. And debate is a support for exercising your logical muscles, for exercising your conversational muscles, and also for you to jockey with another person in the realm of ideas, or your rhetorical muscles, more so that you can understand the person in the same way that you understand a person by wrestling with the person. You understand how aggressive they are, how passive-aggressive they are, how they behave under stress. That's what you're discovering in a debate. You're not uncovering like theoretical ideas. And I think the Enlightenment has defeated our understanding of a debate as sort of a sport rather than a mode of dialectic. I think spreading, I think there's a place for that in sort of a broader scheme of things. In the broader scheme of talking skills, spread is something that people might want to master. But people need to really be taken aside and go like, look, man, this is just not how you purport yourself in any kind of environment. And you're actually probably learning a lot less from spreading than you are from having a Lincoln Douglas style debate, even though they're both equally bullshit when it comes to discerning ideas. Other than learning about the ideas through people's emotional reaction to those ideas. But there it is. Gray Smog for $7 USA. I used to respect Little Joel, leftist, or Big Joel. Isn't it Big Joel? For the empathy he expresses and displays in videos, like evil tweets and evil replies. Then I saw his latest Black Mirror review. The sheer joy he displays at the thought of right-wingers coming to harm is disturbing. I am disappointed. Well, dude, man, this is the problem, man. I think you're talking about this YouTuber called Big Joel, not Little Joel, who's another guy. I mean, this dude. I mean, I'm not going to comment on being able to see people's ethnicities. I've implied it several times in the stream. And I deeply respect Simone Weil, right? Simone Weil is a genius, and she's a devout Christian. And even though I think her politics were cringe, and I think that in many times she was LARPing, she really did live walk the walk, and she really was a believer. And there's nothing more than I respect than believers that put their life on the line, right? And so, but I don't want to emphasize, but Big Joel, if I remember him properly, like his whole thing is like he has these big brown eyes, and he obviously smokes pot, so they're constantly dilated. And he just starts the scenes like, "Yeah, man, dude, I just want the best for everyone. Oh man, can't we just be a lot more empathetic, man? Can't we just be a lot more empathetic?" He has these big puppy dog eyes. But it's the exact same thing with Matt Christman. He goes from having this incredible empathetic take to everyone in the entire world to just straight out wishing death on his enemies, people who have just slightly different political opinions than he does. He has absolute 100% empathy for every single African who lives in Africa right now, but he wants people to die for believing that gay marriage shouldn't be a thing. That's narcissism for you. Because his love of all of those Africans dying in poverty is completely fictitious, because those Africans have opinions that he doesn't like. And if he knew them, and if he grew up around them, and if he had to go to school with them, he wouldn't like those people. And those would be the new jocks that he was raging against in his hypothetical YouTube channel, where he went to school in Uganda as opposed to going to school in Greenwich Village or wherever he's from. Look, guys, I mean, like, once you realize that this murderous rage that comes out of these people's mouths is, I don't want to say it's not real, but it's a product of an improper religious belief. It is not, I don't think it is necessarily as personal as we're perceiving it. It is murderous, and I think that they're genuinely feeling murderous impulses. But the thing is that when we feel murderous impulses to people that we don't know and who we can't properly explain how they wronged us, ordinarily this should trigger a moment of self-reflection in our own spiritual beliefs and a refocus. I mean, does Matt Christman actually want to fight me? Does Big Joel actually want to fight me? I mean, that might be cathartic. I've got a really bad back, so I'd probably make a shit fighter at this stage in my life. But I think that might be educational, and I can say I can genuinely get behind this idea that we would want to have a fight to come to truth in the same way that the medievals came to truth through trial by combat. You can learn a lot about two men boxing each other over beliefs. But I don't think they want that. They don't want to fight me. I don't think that they really have the balls to kill me or execute me. Their murderous inclinations are a spiritual defect that their ideology is stopping them from fixing or even being aware of. They're not like, oh, I now know that my goal in life is to murder right-wingers and to murder Nazis. I'm going to steel myself to this purpose and become a warrior. I could kind of respect that to a certain degree. But they don't do that. And they don't have enough reflection to do that. And the lack of reflection is a lack of spiritual formation that's brought about by this Gnosticism. It's also the Gnosticism that allows them to participate into highly hypothetical love, like Louis C.K. Like, I deeply care about the African. You don't know the African. The African has the same opinions that you want to murder white people for having. You don't care about the African. What it is it's bad religion. And there's a reason why these world-denying religions were always despised in people who didn't also take commensurate steps in their own lives to separate themselves from the world and live the life of self and world denial that let's be honest, they foisted on others by being around them. No one wants to be a man living in the world who has to go before a Gnostic judge and defend their life in the world to somebody who lives in the world, who doesn't know the hardships of living outside of it, but who still judges you from heaven's point of view for every single piece of bread you swallow, for every single creature comfort you take onto yourself, for every vacation, for every trip to for every time you go to the Olive Garden, because you're up all night with a young toddler and you just can't cook. Like, that's you being a bourgeois piece of shit. And you deserve to be murdered from that. You deserve to be murdered for wanting to have the money to afford that. This is not real spirituality. This is fake spirituality. This is fake self-righteousness. And they don't even know that they're doing it. They don't, I I have this anger too, but at least I have the wherewithal to feel guilty about it and confess it and realize that it's a spiritual defect in myself. And I admire that. And if the anger turns into actual martial virtue or actual monastic self-denial, then I will, in the mode of Simone Weil, say that I think that your spirituality is misguided, but I think, but I respect it deeply as something that's deeply expressed. Hunger for $10 USA. Evening, Dave. Recently, the Russian defense minister stated that the war in Ukraine will continue into 2025. God help us all. This tells me that they are thinking beyond the U.S. election and want the U.S. to keep wasting material and resources to the Ukrainian pit. Short of an easy exit, how does the State Department recover from this? I think, God, that's the most depressing news. I thought that the ending of the war would have to come from Ukraine, but what this tells me is that the Ukrainian leaders are in a mode that is of total disregard for the lives and the sustenance of their own country, and all they want to do is keep this war going on with all the inhuman bloodshed that it's generated. That is just the most depressing thing that I've heard all day. I mean, at that point, we have to start becoming. I can't imagine that they keep the war going on as hot as it's going on right now. So I have to imagine that if they keep the war going on to 2025, that they will go into some kind of like more stale mode kind of mode with little brush fires going on here or there, and then most people just sitting in trenches or something like that. If that's the case, I think there's a responsibility for the West to try to bring the sides to the negotiating table. This war is a humanitarian disaster, and it needed to be ended before it started by anyone who had any amount of responsibility to them. Look, I think territorial concessions just have to be part of the solution, and our inability to either fish or cut bait with where the actual border is going to be is what generated this war to begin with. This war has cemented in my own mind the Victor Davis Hanson informational theory of war. This war was caused by an information asymmetry in the actors between Putin and the State Department. Either that or our State Department is ruled by the most evil people who have ever lived. Because I'm pretty sure that the people who started World War I truly believed that they would win an easy war. Nerve AMV Maker for $5 USA. The dude saying Christians can never be in a political alliance with bad people, even if their goal is good, would never suggest that Christians who teamed up with communists and abortionists to end segregation were in the wrong. And this is the whole thing, too. I mean, this is the problem, right? Okay, local distance. No enemies to the right. Let's cancel James Lindsay. He's an atheist. Not only is he an atheist, he spent a large part of his career humiliating and denigrating Christianity. But you're not, right? So what the hell is this, right? We get to cancel people on the right, but only for reasons and only under conditions that are entertaining and helpful to the left. Otherwise you'd be canceling atheists, left, right, and center. Because their atheism is mainstreaming atheism just as much as Thomas Accord's, I would argue, non-believed bigotry is mainstreaming bigotry inside the Christian or inside the right-wing movement. So all of this stuff is based on special pleading. They would not, Father Newhouse, who is he was the founder of First Things, he was a pro-civil rights person. And in the early civil rights, I agree. A lot of these laws were humiliating and gauche and cruel to the African American community, and they needed to be torn down. But in order for Father Newhouse to be part of the civil rights movement, he had to ally with communists. Communists were literally writing the speeches to that movement. I mean, this is politics, and if you participate in politics, you have to understand that prudence has a certain priority there that we cannot necessarily enforce within our own communities. And that's the reality of it. Creeper Weirdo for $5 USA. I'm a little annoyed by people who say you shouldn't listen to both sides. I don't want to listen to people who live to insult me. I listen to some centrists and people I disagree with. I'm open to listening to others, but I won't watch a tanky. Okay, Sure, but I think that the Matt Christmans of the world are important to understand. Because I'm not the only one who watches people and thinks like, man, don't you ever do this, Creeper Word? Or don't you ever look at someone like Matt Christman and think, I wonder what you would have been in a healthy world? What would a Matt Christman been if he had never smoked pot? What would Matt Christman have been if he was educated in Christian moral theory, the same way he was educated in Marxist materialism? What would happen to Matt Christman if he grew up in an economy that actually had the availability of the ability for people to buy houses and start families at earlier points in their life? What would he be? Would he be a criminal? There's a possibility. The violinism there. I mean, certainly with the attitudes that he expresses on his podcast, those attitudes would only be believed by criminals in like medieval times, right? But the guy himself is a smart guy. He's a tall guy. He looks like an absolute slob because he goes to great lengths to look like an absolute drunken slob, and he is a drug abuser, so that takes a toll. But you can imagine an upstanding version of that person being a noble churchman. And I can't not see that when I look at somebody who devoutly believes in the things that they're preaching. Creeper Weirdo for $3 again. This Mac guy looks like a trash wizard, the Count Dankula, but fatter, uglier, and less funny. Well, yeah, I guess I don't think Matt Christman's funny. But like he looks more like the Sam Hyde parody than Sam Hyde looks like the progressive Sam Hyde parody. I never quite figured that out. I mean, I guess this is like the younger millennial thing where like you make yourself into the joke, but I can't figure it out. Pac-Man Respector for $10 USA. Since this is a React channel, I would love to see your comments on this Vouch clip making the rounds on Twitter. In 70 seconds, you can watch the friend-enemy distinction flip like a switch. Is this the one where he's I have to set up video feeds before the stream actually occurs, so I'll react to it on Twitter. But I assume that this is the one making the rounds today, where he's talking about women getting raped, and this woman talks about her rape, and for the first few moments she's talking about her rape, but he's like, believe all women. How could you ever not believe this person? And the woman says, and it was by like this guy who was Muslim, Arab, and then Bosch says, whoa, did this woman just seriously do the Muslim rape gang fallacy? Did she seriously do that? Oh man, you can't believe anything this bitch says. Like, in 10 seconds, he immediately does the flip. The thing with Bosch is he doesn't believe what he's saying. He doesn't. Matt Christman believes what he's saying. Bosch is too much of an autist to believe what he's saying. And based on his early life success, he will never have to believe what he's saying. I don't want to interact with Destinies. I don't want to interact with Bosch's. And I don't want to, in real life, in his capacity as a soldier, in his capacity as a family man, I probably would respect counterpoints, but I don't want to interact with counterpoints as debate bro counterpoints. Because in this instantiation online, the self that he brings to this internet, he doesn't believe things. And I don't respect people who don't believe things. Astro MG. Hey Dave, this was more relevant to the last stream, but you should check out the movie Pig that came out a couple years ago. Even though it stars Nicolas Cage, it's a serious film with deep themes that overly roasts the 2010 Portland foodie theme. Oh yeah, I think my wife watched that one while I was like writing an essay in the background and I cut little snippets of it. I will check it out, but I've just been so burnt by movies, I've lost all desire to see any that have been made before, like the turn of the millennia. Josh Villancourt, Josh for $5 USA. Last week's stream, you've heard of breadbackers. They're the Protestant group that believes they're on a mission from God to get people to mill their own flour. We have a mill for it. It is a unique taste and more traditional approach to food. Well, I certainly have not heard of the bread bakers or the bread bakers. Well, every man a miller seems sort of strange. Even if I lived in a village like my grandparents mother did, there was only one person who milled the bread, right? I mean, mills are I mean, I'm sorry, this is like I'm kind of doing a double take here. I mean, I understand if everyone wants to be a farmer because farmer requires a lot of labor, but milling it's a machine operation. Classically, mills were like these huge things. They're like windmills or water mills or something like this. If every person had a mill in their house, they would all be millers. Even in medieval economies, the miller was one specific person. I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily want to uninvent the division of labor, Joshua, but I respect the fact that freshly milled flour tastes different. Certainly freshly baked bread does. I love freshly baked bread. Gordon Mitchell for $3 USA. Hey Dave, I'm curious if you have any thoughts on Jonathan Pageau or his Universal History series. I'm attending a big conference of his in a few months, and I'm trying to prepare. Thank you. Well, I've liked Jonathan Pageau for a very long time. When people recommend a video, I always enjoy watching it. I'm not in the habit of watching it because it tends to be, and I know this is very ironic, it tends to be a little bit long, and I'm not always very interested in the point that he's making. And sometimes I feel like I've already heard these points previously in my development as a Christian. So the thing is, he's often talking about some dialectic that I've either already experienced or that I'm not interested in. And so, as such, I usually pass them by unless someone tells me to watch them. But I met Jonathan Pageau in person in Vancouver when he came speaking with Jordan Peterson. I really liked him. I interviewed him for my podcast. I really liked some of his videos. I love the fact that he carves icons. He seems like an all-around great guy. So I haven't watched the video in question, so I can't react to it, but thank you. Ben White for $5 USA. This week there was a big argument between Matt Walsh, the TradCon crowd, and the Manosphere Red Pill crowd over the idea that men have a duty to get married and have children. There's an identical debate that happened last year at the exact same time they participated in. A big point was the risk of divorce. How do we resolve this finding? Yes, I have this crazy idea about divorce. It's this principle. It's called Bayes' theorem. You should look into this shit, dude. This is crazy shit. Bayes' theorem is the most important theory when it comes to understanding thought processes in the entire world. But I am kind of confusing it with just simply the idea of conditional probabilities, which is a slightly different theory than Bayes' theory, but more or less the same thing. It's sort of like the difference between force and energy. They're extensions of the same set of Newtonian laws, right? But taking a Bayesian approach to this, divorce rates are high, but that's because people get remarried, and because also unreligious people get married with much higher divorce rates. People who are and remarriages really take it up too, because people get remarried 1, 2, 3 times, and the more you get remarried, the more likely you are to divorce. So you have people who've been through like a ton of marriages in a very short amount of time, so that takes the average way up. So when you adjust for, I'm sorry I'll say this, but race too, right? Because, a lot of church attendance occurs in African American communities that have smashed social orders. And although divorce would have been very, very rare earlier, it's very, very high, even among the religious in these communities. So once you adjust for your race, your religion, your socioeconomic patterns, your religious patterns, and also the person in question themselves, if you're a relatively high IQ, you have a good simpatico with them. Once you take all of these precautions, the base divorce rate's actually pretty low. And so this whole neutral, so many divorces fail is kind of stupid when you think about it. Really, the actual rate, when you adjust for a reasonably middle-class person that's religious, is like 5-10%, I think. Maybe even lower than that if you go for really religious people. And you should always be more religious. It's like insurance. You always need more, right? But devotion should be our primary concern. And I'm a horrible hypocrite because my prayer life's terrible. But it gets better when you have to do it with kids, right? Anyway, you're really talking about a reasonable risk. And, of course, there's always the precautionary principle, like, oh, you shouldn't even take a 10% risk. But, dude, I mean, this is the thing that I go over in my, I went over this multiple times in my talk at Sildings, both the England and UK event. They were different talks, but they touched on this theme. There are certain things that you can't question or you die. Is life better than death? Is civilization better than barbarianism? Do we even have a right to exist as a collective people? If you ask these questions, are children good or bad? If you ask these questions, you will die. And if you start risk-benefit analyzing them, you're left in your own death. If you cannot convince yourself to take a 5% or 10% risk to have a family and to pursue a sacrament and to continue on your line and to glorify God, in some ways you're not really living. You gotta take risks. And I'm super risk averse myself. I'm trying to pull the trigger on like a homesteading project where we get a new house and we try to forge a new life for ourselves in the community that we love. But that's hard. I'm risk averse, but we got to start taking risks, especially Zoomers out there. They've been risk averse their entire life. You got to be comfortable with these 5-10% risks. And if you're not participating, what are you going to do? Get a vasectomy and live a bugman life your entire? That's the alternative, right? Unless you're a very talented individual, you're not going to become a Viking warlord or even a playboy. You're just going to be some kind of person who consumes a lot for himself and never takes risks. Take a risk for God, for yourself, for your people, for your country, for just life itself. Because to not do that is to say no to life and to say no to God. I don't know. I don't want to be in that position. Dreadnought for $5 USA. I came to the conclusion a while ago that the mass killing, the terror, are the purposes of communism. The ideals are moral justifications for it. The heart of it is hatred for existence. So now we can be friends with So we can't be friends with communists. Yes, you are correct. You're sort of correct. People said, what was that famous tweet? I forget who wrote it. He said, communism is when vindictive, criminal, and deformed people murder everyone else, steal their stuff, and make themselves rulers of society. All of the theory is just window dressing for this one event. And that is it's not completely true, but there's a kernel of truth in that that's very, very large. Envy and vindictiveness are an enormous part of communism. But that's not the only seductive part of communism, because communism also lets you worship an ideal. I don't think Matt Christman's cheers were inauthentic in that clip we watched of him. I think that they were genuine. I think that he genuine felt something about this hypothetically ideal human or humanity that was disprivileged and that was starving. The problem is that person does not actually exist. It exists as an idealized, and the conservatives he wants to murder actually do exist. This is what we have. Well, the problem with communism is that it's almost sort of like pornography. Communism, what the problem with, this is more of a male problem with pornography than it is a female problem with pornography. And I'm someone who suffered with pornography, obviously, because I'm a millennial. But the problem with pornography is that you kind of get scarred by it because you come in contact with these super, unrealistic women that are just designed to overload your male brain with all sorts of hormones and horniness. And they're all willing and cooing in this weird, super saccharine way. And you absolutely blow out your main sexual instincts. The same way that somebody who lives their entire life eating food with MSG on it thinks that anything that doesn't have MSG and spice syrup on it is not seasoned properly. Even though there's more subtle flavors that you're missing out on that are fresher and more fulfilling than this other stuff. And the same thing with communism. Your empathy is totally burnt out on this hypothetically idealized version of humanity. And the thing is, it's the Gnostic idol. It's a Gnostic idol, and unlike wood idols, I can't smash them. But Gnostic ghost idols need to be abolished. They need to be evaporated. And real humans in body need to be put in front of them so that they can learn to love those real people. Communists need to learn to love real people. When they love real people, they can be friends with us. And maybe if you're close enough with a communist, you can be the real person that the communist is taught to love. And guess what, man? Real people really live in the world that has Machiavellian politics and Adam Smith's vile maxim in it, and they acknowledge that as a reality that they live their lives by because they don't live in the communist utopia. And you have to learn to love them for that and not murder them unless they do something that's actually more vindictive or more diseased. Unless they actually elect to do something that is genuinely evil. Applied Virtue for $5 USA. Howdy, Dave. Thanks for the live stream. Very heartfelt. I wanted to ask you if you'd be interested in coming on my channel again. I've wanted to get together with the crew since I've been on a low-key hiatus for a while. Thanks. Absolutely, I would love to. Applied Virtue. I am a little bit backlogged with my promises, so I will get around to you. I think the first person I'll promise to is Kryptos, then Conscious Caracol. But I am so backlogged. And then I think Todd Lewis, I think I also promised him a live stream too. But I'm so backlogged with these live streams. I will get around to it, okay? I know CPR for $3 USA. How can we move past modernity? I don't like the idea of saying we need to go back. That will never happen. What do we build to land on when subjectivity spirals out of control? Real world relationships, real world commitments, real world dedications. Dedicate yourself to either habit, humanity, or holiness. Make sure there's something in your life that's outside of yourself that you dedicate to yourself to regularly. Kids are great for this. I highly recommend having kids. Once you have kids, in some ways, you're never really in modernity as long as you have kids. The truly modern person was not invented until people became childless by choice. Birth control was needed for people to really fully be modern for the first time in human history. But in the absence of kids, some regular devotion is needed. And the more you can organize yourself around these regular devotions, the better you'll be and the less modern you'll be. Astro MG for $20 USA. It seems that the millennial and younger generations have an increased meta view of reality, propped up by the internet and prophelicity. Sort of goes along with your point about true history and touching grass. Yeah, the taste of true history is a reference to touching grass in a historical sense. That's a good way of putting it. I have a nephew who is enthralled with the Vietnam War, but is not interested in meeting real vets. Yeah, it's just that kind of thing, right? Like, don't you want to talk to people who are there? Yeah, and this is the thing too. Like, Zoomers are always on computers, but they're less proficient with coding and with avoiding computer scams than millennials were at the exact same age, or that millennials are now, that even than Gen Xers are now. So like they're unlearning proficiency here. I don't know, man. You just have to like force people to get into this stuff, right? It's always tempting. I mean, I don't know how to. If I knew these Zoomers in question, I suspect I would know how to do it. You build a relationship with them in real life. You introduce them to things that are subsequently more real world. Maybe playing a miniature game about the Vietnam War. And I know veterans who are into like miniature games about fighting real world wars, or even Warhammer 40K, right? Veterans love that shit, right? And then you talk to them that way, and then suddenly they're talking about the Vietnam War. And then they shoot a gun. Why not shoot an actual gun? What was it? The M16? Was the M16 the gun in Vietnam? I'm not so sure. Whatever. But there's all sorts of ways to fix this problem, but there's no general way to fix this problem. Every way of fixing this problem has to be individually meeting with people and actually putting effort into fixing them as individuals. Asteroidal Assassin for $5 USA. I've been thinking about the counterpoints debate. He essentially has the worst take on immigration because he wants immigrants to essentially be pawns and an underclass. Keep in mind, he implied that Africans have lower than average IQs. Great job, though. Well, yeah, I shouldn't have lost my shit. But I told my wife, like, I am pissed at what this guy represents, and the second that I hear debate bro tactics being dropped, I'm just going to call him an asshole, and I did. So I probably didn't do the best job, but yeah, I mean, ContraPoints always toys with right-wing ideas like HBD and cultural continuation. But I guarantee you the next time he's on a Bread Trooper stream, he'll just forget about this. So because he doesn't really care it's just about optics, right? It's just about being there and being perceived as having the right argument in the moment. I just wish he'd get better at his craft. He doesn't even know how to use outrage. I mean, he gets outraged over facts that he doesn't know are true or not. Like, he could hear me echoing republicanism. Really? Roman republicanism? Charlemagne was pursuing Roman republicanism? Like, incredulously. So, if I were in a debate, even as a completely cynical actor, I'd ask myself, like, maybe he's got the goods on this one, so I shouldn't get really angry about this. I should try to, frame shift away from this so I can people forget that I said it, right? No, he just gets angry on this topic and makes a fool out of himself for getting angrily asserting the truth of a fact that's obviously not factual. Thank you very much, Astral Assassin, though. Owen Zelensky says, for $5 USA. Hi, Dave. I'm glad you're doing well. Here's $5 to go for the internet. Thank you very much. I was at a talk today about Thomas More. His silence was an effort to avoid civil war and help preserve the friendship that led to heaven. Reminded me of Netter. Good night, Dave. Yeah, that's really important. And this is what a lot of the new atheists tried to do, is they tried to indict Thomas More because Thomas More was a judge and heresy was illegal. And so while he was a judge and Catholicism was the religion of England, he, as a judge, had to condemn people for heresy. And he condemned people for heresy, and he's like, yeah, they're heretics, I'm going to burn them, right? Or kill, I think they might have been beheaded, right? It might have been burned, I'm not exactly sure, but he did his job. And then he gets murdered for essentially being a heretic once the religion is changed, and he can't by conscience pursue that. But the critical thing is that the reason why heresy was illegal was not the belief. It was the destabilizing impact that belief would have on the social order of the time. So in his capacity as a secular judge, he actually was not condemning people for the same crime that he got condemned for, because a critical element of his own crime was that he was silent about it. He did not speak because he knew that his speaking against the king's heresy would cause a civil war, and he had dual loyalties both to the truth and to the king himself. And he, I think, correctly reconciled those dual loyalties insofar as he could. And he only disclosed his mind when he was forced to in a testimony against him that was almost certainly perjury. Yeah, I think he's a good model of how Christians need to resolve dual loyalties. You owe God your conscience, and you owe the king the oath that you have spoken to him, as long as they do not directly violate your conscience. That's a good way of putting it. Drew for $3 USA. And the people that Moore killed as heretics were obviously spreading their heresy, which is why they fell abreast of the law, which was what Moore was not doing. Drew for $3 USA. Hey Dave, considering BAP has been a recurring topic tonight, what would you consider the best and strongest argument that right-wing Christians should take seriously and co-opt? Thanks. Love the show. Right argument. I don't really think of BAP as somebody who has arguments. I think of him as having like a refreshing frame. I think it's like, okay, well, let's assume that everything we were taught as modern people is wrong, and the nerds are bad and the jocks are good, and being stupid is actually cool, and it's all about heroism and adventure, and this whole idea of managerialism is stupid and broken. I think the main thing that Christians should take from BAP is that we are way too comfortable in the modern world. I can fully respect Christians who are dads like me who partake in nerdy hobbies and a few consumer habits on the side. I feel a little bit guilty about that, but it is what it is. But I don't think that we have the right to pose as some kind of absolutist pacifists who have separated themselves from the world and from politics. If my political responsibilities to the future of this nation are put in contest with my enjoyment of something like Warhammer, I'm going to have to choose the political future for my children. So I think that, I think Bab's criticism, we should take this as a challenge against weakness. Christians have the responsibility not to be weak. I mean, I think that it's not a sin to be weak if you're sick or lame, but Christians have taken Christ's embracing of people who were lame and who were weak, not of their own choice. They take that as an endorsement of intentional and willful weakness. And I don't think Christ would have no time for this. I know Christ would have no time for this. This was the main point of his parable of the talents, which literally is where we get the word talent from. You don't take your strengths and your talents and hide them away. You invest them in the world because you have a responsibility to do just that. I don't think that was the only point of the parable of the talents, but it certainly was. Feigned weakness, Christ would have no time for that. And that is the challenge that Bat brings to Christian leaders. Don't be intentional weaklings. Don't throw your people under the bus. Don't sell your children into slavery and tell me that you're following Christ. For Christ's sake. I'm just saying that as a word, not as a profanity. But that's the message I take as a Christian from Bab. I'm running out of time here, guys. I'm going to go fast. Simple cheers, Dave. Thank you very much. Asteroidal Assassin. I'm slightly annoyed with the anti-eugenics discourse, considering you could easily fix African Americans' IQ by paying smart black women to have kids. I seriously doubt the cushy modern life will be good for the intellects of modern black people. Paying people to have kids does not work. We know this hasn't worked before. The only solution is to restore Christian moral virtue. Paying 105 white women to have kids doesn't work, so why would paying 105 black women to have kids work? So unfortunately, this eugenic plan is not going to work. The only way to have implicit eugenics is to have explicit religiosity, and sort of the artificial eugenic stuff opens up a whole can of worms that it seems more likely to end the human race than it is to result in the smarter human, unless it had some kind of extraordinary controls placed on it, which I don't trust any modern government to do. So I think eugenics at this point is something that we're going to have to, it'll be a reality to a certain point with the whole CRISPR stuff. People will be editing out diseased genes, but embracing it as a policy is something that we're going to have to treat with extreme skepticism, especially to fix this problem, Asteroidal Assassin. The only way to fix this problem is to restore community and to restore proper religion. Practically speaking, it's not even a religious invocation or a moral one. Grace Mogg for $10 USA. I view animals as actors in a story that God is telling. They're in their roles so I can learn from God's wisdom. I anthropomorphize their behavior so I can treat the narratives they naturally engage in as parables. That's a good way of looking at it. I was hoping for your wisdom could provide understanding, but the story is too long for super chats. Well, fair enough. Were you the one with the pelican one? I'm not so sure. I mean, the pelican was always seen as a symbol for Christianity. I'm sorry to hear that they're cannibalistic, but it is what it is. I mean, we should learn that we live in a brutal world from animals, and we have to deal with that brutal world. We shouldn't look at a brutal world and be like, oh, well, let's be Gnostics and believe in a hypothetically perfect world that could be brought about as long as we murder all of the reactionaries in the world. Like, that's the opposite lesson. The purpose of animals, if they're teaching us a lesson, is that we live in a Machiavellian brutal world, and we have to understand how to find small moments of actually real charity in a world that is red in tooth and blood. That's the actual Christian lesson, not Gnosticism. Asteroidal Assassin for $5 USA. I know you're not Zionist, but you shouldn't use Israel as an example of your goal. Why not? If an opposing team plays good soccer, then I'm going to say that that's good soccer and we should copy that because they're doing things that are right for their own people. When Jews do something that improves Jews' lives, I say that the Jews have done the right for their own people, right? White people should have rights over their countries regardless of immigration, but no one has the right to subjugate people and kick them out of their homes. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Like, I'm not saying, look, what the stuff that was done in the West Bank, I think is sort of an atrocity. That's really messy stuff. I think it's not done very well at all. And I think there is more than enough space there to have Jews and have Christians and have Arabs have their own nations with shared holy sites. And a proper king could have done that for them, right? A proper king. I think even the Ottoman, I think even the Sultans did this a little better than Israel did, to be quite frank. And although I admire Israel for fighting for their own, I can never blame anyone for fighting for their own people. I will never blame anyone for fighting their own people. And the Israelis were fighting for their own people. There were some war crimes that they have to answer for. The people who committed the war crimes, not their ancestors, I should add. I think there was some mismanagement in how they allowed Palestine. I don't think Palestinians are really a thing, but Arabs and Muslims, I should say, and Christians. Arabs, Christians, and Muslims deserve to have their own nations and their own communities too. And they shouldn't have to crawl before a Zionist project just to get that. And, I think that a proper king probably could have reconciled those two desires better than this process of peace negotiations and sneaky imperialism under the table. I sympathize with your plight, Asteroidal Assassin. This is the problem with two peoples fighting over one piece of land. I don't really have a strong attachment to any particular land, so if you give me an equivalent piece of land, I wouldn't really care. And actually, not only would I wouldn't care, my ancestors were colonists in Europe too. If you move them to an equivalent farm somewhere else in Eastern Europe, they probably would have been just as happy. Right? So I come from a long line of settlers, so I don't know what it is to have this deep attachment to this specific olive tree, in a specific plot of land. I mean, I want land, but I don't know if I necessarily need this land. So to me, I don't really understand emotionally this conflict. So there's that caveat. Sorry for keeping you up late, but some financial condolence. Thank you very much, Grace Mogg. Keeping on going. Wow, they keep on coming. Dreadnought for $5 USA. Hate to tell you this, but I've literally read people talking about how the Ukrainian war is our golden opportunity to attrition Russia's military capabilities without using U.S. lives. I think this is absolutely the State Department's design. Yes, and it's absolutely disgusting. Any war worth starting is a war worth dedicating your own son's lives for. I hate this war by proxy bullshit. I hate this Ben Burgess scoffing from the sidelines about people who died in a war that he doesn't understand. And scoffing over ethnic and religious and ideological differences that he has no ability to respect. And I hate the State Department perspective that we're going to drain Russia's blood by sacrificing Ukrainian blood. This is just disgusting shit. If you want to sacrifice your son's blood, Americans' blood, your people's blood, for a piece of land, now that's a conversation that we can have. But sacrificing other people's son's blood on this in the name of nationalism that you don't even really believe in, it makes me really want to vomit. And that's actually, I don't have a side in this war, and I'm sure that there's noble Russians and noble Ukrainians. But at least I can convince myself that maybe Putin believes in nationalism on a good day. I don't know. Maybe he believes in it. I know the State Department doesn't. Creeper Weirdo for $5 USA. I hate to tell you that... Oh, I've already read that one. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Creeper Weirdo. I found a channel called Ubersoy. He tried arguing for something called progressive rightism. I don't agree with it, but it's interesting. Check it out, maybe. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, Ubersoy was a friend of mine. Is kind of a friend of mine. He kind of... I'm not going to say this, but there was some personal stuff between us. I still think he has good content, and you should watch him. but he kind of crossed a big line when it comes to handling online friends that I wasn't very happy with him about. So I'm perfectly happy promoting his stuff, but he and I still are kind of on the outs on that issue. I don't want to get into it because I don't want to drag people's reputations through the mud any more than I have to. But yeah, there's been a little bit of not animosity, but just kind of like, you do your thing, I'll do mine kind of deal. But yeah, I remember him back in the day. He's a good channel. Unmeal Banerjee for $10. I appreciate the answer, Dave. To clarify about the second question, referring not specifically to the destruction of the Roman world, but to the conquest and total destruction of the non-Christian worldviews from 1500 to 1950. Well, I mean, I'm a Catholic, so my answer is going to be that, right? If one wants to claim all of those hundreds of civilizations were already doomed, I mean, really? Oh, wait, hold on. Are you talking about, like, the Reformation's destruction of pagan syncretism, like in England? Because that was, a lot of Catholics preserved that, and some Protestants preserved that. So that was sort of like this momentary thing that Protestants did at one point. And you know that as a Catholic, I think that was stupid. All the folk culture we learned. Are you talking about, like, are you talking about, like, the New World? Okay, I mean... The new, I mean, if we're talking about, like, Aztec civilization, I mean, first of all, I mean, okay, let's put it this way. The old world was going to contact the new world at some point, Umail Banerjee, right? I assume that you're Hindu because of the last name Banerjee, right? If an Indian Raj landed in North America, like in above Mexico, in 1400, would that Raj not have expanded through that region and conquered it? Would he not have come bearing all of the diseases that Eurasians have, that we get from living around animals like cows and pigs and goats? He would have. And those civilizations would have been ravaged by their contact with a more technological post-agricultural revolution society. And a lot of those genetics would have been wiped out just through contact with those civilizations. I don't think that there's a case that these pre-modern hunter and gatherer societies could have met some kind of more humane, like realistically met, a more humane, less intrusive society than Christian civilization. And so, although there were atrocities that need to be answered for, I don't think you can put the civilization or the religion on trial for coming into contact with a set of hunter and gatherers that would have been destroyed otherwise. Then there's the broader question, like the conquests that were run by places like the Aztec and Peruvian empires. I do actually consider those empires to be decadent and ripe for destruction, as our own empire is now. I don't want to destroy their genetics. I think that they have a right to exist as a people, but that civilization needed to die and die hard. I'm sorry. That was I shouldn't pronounce judgment on people in history, and I'm risking taking up the role of a Ben Burgess, pronouncing on a piece of history that I was not present for. But from my reading of history, that government system needed to go down. And the system that replaced it, the brutality of Cortez and the consequences of the diseases he brought notwithstanding, was better than the system it replaced. And so I don't know. I mean, if you want to hold Christianity responsible for all of imperialism, are you going to also give us credit? I mean, I'm going to do the same reparations argument. Like, are you going to give us credit for all the good things Christianity did? Like, you're not really holding Christianity to account for this destruction. You're holding Western civilization to account. And I don't know, man. It's the standard, like, argument of reparations. How much do we owe Africans enslaved? Once you actually look at this from a proper historical lens, it becomes a question that's just sort of silly, right? Umail Banerjee for $3. I just remember the zeal, the passion, the glee with which Christian missionaries destroyed our world. We weren't Romans. Indians? I mean, I don't know what your world is. I'm assuming you're Indians. like India, like Hindus, right? Hindu culture still exists. And not only that, I know Christians who practice all of their Hindu customs and would be frankly insulted if we maintained that Christianity wasn't compatible with their culture. So I don't know. I would need more specifics here. That this is like a vague recollection. If I said like the Glee, so for instance, like if I were to go to the Turks, like, oh man, what Islam has to answer for the Ottoman Caliphate's destruction of my people. I remember the glee, the passion, the cruelty with which the Ottomans enslaved my area of Eastern Europe and turned the men into janissaries and shipped the women to harems. I mean, in that case, it's a much more specific atrocity. It's a much more specific violation of our understanding of natural law. And there were treaties that were broken in that, so I could hold that, but I don't hold it against modern Turks. I don't even really hold it against modern Islam, really. I mean, I do think that there is something to be said for the fact that Islam has a track record of spreading religious war. But I don't know. I don't think that's like really an argument against Islam necessarily being true. And Islam did have a number of conquests that were much less disruptive than the Ottomans' conquest of Eastern Europe. And that were somewhat more respectful of the native cultures that were there. So I don't see this as a particularly good angle. Okay. Gray Smog, USA, $5. No, gannets and pelicans are separate species. Pelicans feed gannets' chicks to their own chicks. Pelicans do not practice cannibalism. Gannets only defend their own personal chicks, not other gannets' chicks. As an animal nerd, I needed to clarify this. Okay, well that's fine, but that's still the problem of animal evil, right? Because pelicans aren't cannibals; they just feed other birds' chicks to their own. Yeah, I mean, you see this behavior all over the place. But thank you for the clarification on the facts, Gray Smog. Dreadnought for $5 USA, and thank God this is coming to a close. In regards to animal morality, dogs get to chase squirrels in heaven. This is also squirrel hell. It's all a very efficient system. What did the squirrels do to deserve this? They know the bird feeder isn't for them. Well, I've had many a squirrel disrupt my bird feeder. Thanks and have a good night, Dave. Well, thank you very much, Dreadnought. And then finally, Unmil Banerjee for $3 USA. Chinese treasure fleets? Banagara Empire from South India also encountered other civilizations in Southeast India. Well, I mean, that's good to know. You also encountered Portuguese traders. Portuguese, I guess, they took over Goa, right? But other than that, everywhere else in India encountered Portuguese traders, and there was no conquest necessarily. Fine, lots of people trading with Europeans. I don't know. I mean, this is treading into sort of like the anti-colonial world where you judge, where you sort of like write off all other history that's not European as being prehistory, and then put European history and Christians on trial specifically for some given specific action of imperialism, even though most of the time it was much less atrocious than what you saw coming from non-Christian civilizations. I'm not so sure there's really very much here, so. But thank you for the super chat. Anyway, guys, I have to read the psalm for the night, and then really I have to go because it is way, way, way over time. We'll read Psalm 36 tonight. Thank you all, and I'll leave you with this. In the Temple of David, I have a message from God in my heart concerning the sinfulness of the wicked. There is no fear of God before their eyes. In their own eyes they flatter themselves, too much to detect or hate their sin. The words of their mouth are wicked and deceitful. They fail to act wisely or do good. Even on their beds they plot evil. They commit themselves to a sinful course and do not reject what is wrong. Your love, Lord, reaches to the heavens, your faithfulness to the skies. Your righteousness is like the highest mountains, your justice like the great deep. You, Lord, preserve both people and animals. How priceless is your unfailing love, O God! People take refuge in the shadow of your wings. They feast on the abundance of your house. You give them drink from your river of delights, for with your fountain of love in your light we see the light. Continue your love for those who know you, your righteousness to the upright in heart. May the foot of the proud not come against me, nor the hand of the wicked drive me away. See how the evildoers' lies have fallen, throw down, not able to rise. Anyway, guys, with that, thank you very much for joining me on Fiddler's Green podcast number 41, A Taste of True History. I'll try to fix the latency problems for next time, but in the meantime, I'll see you next time. Good night.